So, last time, which was the last main session was like a month ago, we finished the arc in the Deadwood. We finished killing an necromancer, returning to the city, all sorts of stuff. And then since then, we've been doing solo sessions. Some prequels, some not really prequels, just personal events with each character. This week, we do not have Ethan, but we are going to move on to the next arc, Whispers of the Tyrant. So it's worth reminding us who exactly we are and where we are. You are all judges of the Empire, enforcers of the Emperor's will, and bringers of order in a time of darkness and dismal war. You have just concluded a month-long period of fighting alongside the Deadwood frontier, which culminated in the climactic Battle of Fort Romulus. Each one of you got different stuff. Zednius got a promotion, Lars was freed of his work contract, Zednius got an estate, Maximus was given status, and Renesmee was busy tending to a cleric in the city of Parla. And that is where we are picking up on Norfrost 17th of 1279. You'll have exactly 2 months of downtime until Duvir 18th of 1280. There are some events which will happen in that time, but more generally, you have a lot of free time to pursue different activities. So I guess let's start with Severus. What are you doing during your 2 months of downtime?
I'll probably just try to serve the Empire as good as I can. Just get into some minor operations, I guess.
Just like spying, stalking people, that sort of thing?
Just looking how in general stuff is going, asking if I can help here and there. But I'm probably focused on, I want to increase my aptitude when it comes to certain types of combat.
Okay, yeah, you can train a skill during this 8-week period. With an expert trainer, you can get 16 out of 40 progress on a new skill, if you want to do something like that, or proficiency.
Yeah, so I've been fairly... I've been interested in learning how to use a longbow.
Yep.
I can currently use a short bow quite easily, quite proficiency, but a longbow proficiency would be great.
Yeah, a longbow is easy enough to pick up. You can get 16 out of 40 progress. For particularly the longbow skill, you don't really need much. Like, you just need someone who knows how to shoot a longbow, which is super easy to find. So you can just take that home.
Could I get that proficiency within 2 months? Considering I already know how to use a short bow.
You can get 16 out of 40. So each week, so the all proficiencies take 40 weeks to train by default. You pushing through this on your own. With someone assisting you, you can get double progress. So someone who already has the skill, and then in some very rare circumstances, you can get more than that. But within 8 weeks, you can get about halfway done becoming proficient with a longbow.
Okay, I guess I'll take it.
All right. Is there anything that you want to buy?
I'd look around. I'll try to hear around.
There's something you commissioned. We have 2 things that we commissioned: studded leather, Hydra leather armor, and Hydra scale mail. Which was for who?
I think we were going to decide this.
Oh, okay.
Well, yeah, I feel like we decide this because I know I would have liked it.
Yeah, we can decide that now. We have studded Hydra leather armor and Hydra scale mail. Scale mail is medium armor, and the leather armor is light armor.
But the studded leather has metal on it, right?
Do either of them have
metal in it? Yes, it does have
disadvantage in
Bozo.
Wait, why is that rude?
Because Peach can't wear it.
True.
No matter what.
Oh, okay. Do either of them have disadvantage in stealth?
Well...
Yeah.
The scale mail has disadvantage in stealth.
Okay,
it does, yeah.
Unless Hydra leather would remove that, but I don't think it does. Hydra scale even.
What are the properties of Hydra? Is it just +1?
Hydra's just +1, yeah.
Well, no, I already have studded leather. You said one of them was studded leather, though?
Yeah, there's Hydra studded leather armor and Hydra scale mail.
I'd like the studded leather.
Would I? But since
Typically
you're
more
more
upfront.
on the yeah, more upfront, so I think you should take it then.
Okay. Bada bing, bada boom. We can just modify your existing armor, so I'll do that. And then what about the scale mail? If no one wants it, you guys can just sell it. I mean,
Is scale heavy or medium?
scale is medium,
Medium.
unfortunately.
Well, I can
So
wear
it's
medium.
disadvantage
but
to
I've got
stealth.
my
For
I've
some
got my
reason in my
robes.
brain, you were like a giga tank because I was thinking your other.
It has
character.
disadvantage on stealth though.
Yeah,
So,
I'm
15.
chilling with my robes that we got off the necromancer.
Alrighty.
I don't need the scale.
Why do we
Sounds
make
like
it?
no one wants it. I don't think.
Why did we make it?
I didn't know
you
it
just
had-
add stuff.
Because we could, and
I also
it-
don't think Ethan would wear it because he wears plate.
No,
not,
he wears. Yeah, I was about to say. He
not
wears something
this
heavy.
kind of scale mail. Okay, then that just means you're selling it. Which
Do we
is
make?
no
Could we have made
problem.
2 studded leather?
You made. Oh, that's actually a good question.
Or one regular leather.
Honestly, I just have to go rewatch the VOD because I don't remember.
No, I think we said that because the scale mail doesn't use the leather, but the
yeah,
scales.
that's what I
obviously, so
remember. But so I'm pretty
I
sure.
don't think we had enough material for 2 studded leathers.
Yeah.
On an entire Hydra, really?
I mean, you didn't get the whole thing back, right? Didn't you just get like one of the heads and like some patches of leather?
No,
from the
we
field?
brought the leather worker out there.
And he cut off pieces for us.
Interesting. Interesting.
Yeah,
Yeah,
we-
I think it was just one of each. I'm like 99% sure. So you can sell the Hydra scale mail. That is a uncommon magical item, which sells for. Someone roll a d8.
I got it.
800
Nice.
gold.
Holy.
Which we can split 4 or 5 ways. So everyone gets it's the 800 divided by
160.
5, 160 gold.
Nice.
I will add that to Peach's and Ethan's sheets. All right. And is there anything else you want to do with any items you wanted to purchase? Any encounters that you wanted to have, Severus?
I'd be looking out for. I don't know how often magical items come through and how affordable they are. Probably not too affordable. But
Yeah.
if there's ever a point where I could get a pair of braces of archery, or a +1 bow, or even like a dozen or so, like a bundle or so +1 arrows, I'd be interested in that.
Yeah,
depending on how
in the
much they are.
Empire, they simply do not sell magical items. There's other places outside of the Empire, like the city-state of the Invincible Overlord, or other regions of the world where magical items are sold. But in the Empire, they are highly, highly regulated and always, especially nowadays, used for the war effort.
Okay. Is it possible to find like a trader with out of the country connections that could maybe
Certainly,
get me
yeah. You
something
know
like
what?
that?
Make me a. You already have to use can't, so that's what gets you in the door. Make me a just raw charisma check.
I'm not good at these. Not one.
Oh man.
So
Also, I think my armor's not calculating correctly because of this I can use Constitution instead of Dex.
oh, okay. I will go fix that in a moment. Yeah, Severus, you are in the city of Flamium, in the province of Sedalia. You've been stalking different enemies of the Empire, mostly low-level senators who managed to escape the Purge in the south. And you're stopping by Flamium to talk to various bars and docks and places where unsavory foreign characters may spend time. And as you're in one of these bars, you sit down across from a man, and this is supposed to be an unscrupulous contact, but he seems a bit too well put together. And he looks at you from across the table. He says, "So you're here about some foreign goods, are you?"
Yeah, I was wondering if maybe you could have some
Good, that's all I
connections.
needed to hear. And he reaches down to his waist, pulls out a pair of manacles, and just slaps one around your left wrist and looks at you. "Don't make this hard."
Excuse me? I'm an Imperial judge.
Sure you are.
I'll pull up my badge and show him.
Wait, what? That has to be a fake. And he stands up, looks to another table at the bar, and you see 2 men step over, and one of them grabs the judge's badge from your hand and looks at it and says,
I will
"I'll
not
be-"
let him take it.
Okay, yeah, so you fight to maintain control of it, and he eventually, relents and just gets his face real close to it and says, "I'll be damned by the Emperor." And the first one that still has a manacle in your left hand falls to his knees and says, "I'm sorry, Lord Judge. I thought you were a common criminal attempting to subvert the Empire."
No, I was trying to build up a connection to potentially supply more items towards the war effort.
Oh. I'm sorry, Lord
I was
Judge.
doing this in my free time.
All right. And, you will be, you will have no luck in finding your foreign weapons dealer, and luckily, you're a judge, so you don't have to deal with the legal consequences of sussy behavior. Is there anything else that you're trying to get done?
Not really, no.
All right.
I'll probably actually, hang out a bit with Zednius every now and then.
Yeah, Zednius, would you inform Severus where your new estate is?
Sure. Of course, he's
Okay.
my bro.
Well, there you go. Then you can go out to his new estate at Tarako. How would you describe it, Yogi? How would you describe your wonderful new estate?
It's like oceanfront, right? It's oceanfront.
Yeah.
Oh god, my session was so many weeks ago.
It was sometime back in November.
I don't remember how big it is. It's pretty big. There's a really good library. There is, what the hell else is there? I just remember the library, the wine cellar, bunch of servants. It's a pretty nice place.
And there you go. You can enjoy all of that, Hecko, whenever you visit your blooded Frumentari brother. Okay, that sounds like we're good. That's what we get done during the 8 weeks. It is what it is. Zednius, you are occupied for the first, let's take a look, first 1-2 weeks.
Okay.
After that, though, you're free. So you have 6 weeks of stuff. What are you trying to get done during that time?
I am working on getting proficient with the, what is it, a rapier?
Yep, that is a weapon. Why?
Is that,
What's the reason for it?
isn't that, what kind of, isn't Kalamrasa a rapier? Yeah.
Oh, there you go. Okay, sounds good to me.
I'm getting proficient in that. That only takes up 2 hours a day, right? So
I have proficiency with the rapier, so if you want to flavor it, we could spar every now and then. I could help
Absolutely, yeah. You can train him since you already have proficiency, so you can get 12 weeks of progress on that.
Cool. I want to spend some time reading some of the Elven books in the library using my comprehend languages.
Okay, sounds good to me.
And then,
do you remember any of the particular ones you wanted to read?
I don't know that you described any of them.
Oh,
really?
They were just written in Elvish in the library, right?
They were, but Hagal was like, "Oh, look at that," or something. I think I don't. It's been a few weeks.
That's all right.
And then, with any time left, try to schmooze it with other nobility to find a potential partner.
Oh yeah, you're trying to reintegrate yourself into the noble circles of
right. And
Empire.
I want to buy new clothing for all of my servants. They're all going to match the theme of the black, gold, and purple.
Okay. Yeah. The servants' garbs is going to cost you, frankly, not that much, all considered. Your estate will pull in a little bit of money on its own just from the many debt slaves that you have working there. So that's no problem. Integrating yourself into noble society. I'm trying to think of the way.
What kind of work does my estate do?
Your estate does, so it rents labor. That's its biggest task, essentially, is renting laborers to places that need them. Additionally, it does farming. I don't remember what the crops are. I have them noted somewhere. But yeah, it also does certain crops.
Okay.
integrating yourself into noble society is a little bit of a difficult task, mostly just because you've been out of society for a while. I'm trying to think of the way to do it. Just roll a charisma check. Persuasion if you have the proficiency.
I do.
We'll see how you do. Yeah, you spend the time schmoozing. Now, it's been forever since I've used this mechanic because it's so rare, but I think it's going to cost you 2 gold a week per schmoozing that you do. You're buying drinks, you're going to parties, you're renting carriages for the fine ladies that you're trying to woo. So, how long do you want to do this for? Do you want to
Per week, it's 2 gold per week?
Yeah, 2 gold per week.
Sure. I'm really dedicated.
Sure. 12 gold then, as you spend a couple weeks schmoozing with the local nobility. You don't find a wife in this time, but you do begin to slowly ignite some connections amongst the local nobility. None of them have heard of you before. You're not from Tarako. You don't know any of these people, so it's just getting the groundwork of trust built with many of the people involved.
Okay.
Okay.
Oh, and then for the Elven books, I want to have like a particular focus on anything regarding that ritual we did, like the symbol, column rasa, Hegal, stone go, anything that like.
Okay. Yeah.
Or the Elfsbane
at your estate, and I'll just let you know.
I know Elfsbane was important.
Elfsbane. What about Elfsbane?
He was important.
Oh, Pelennor.
Yeah, Pelennor Elfsbane.
Okay. Yeah, let's take a look. Big old library. Oh, this is the library of the former governor of Tarako. So yes, there are a bunch of elven books here. They are largely about history or speculative theology, basically theorizing what the gods of the Elven Empire were, because they've been destroyed for so long that no one actually knows. Yeah, roll me a... actually, you have 6 weeks. You don't really need to roll anything. You can read through this. Unfortunately, there is no mention of anything called a column rasa or anything about Hegal or anything related to that ritual. You can, however, find mention of Alvungardum, which you've heard before. I don't know if you remember where, but you do find that in one of the books.
What is that? Alvungardum.
Alvungardum is mentioned in a chapter of a book on speculative theology, and it says that in Elven mythology, there is a good god, one who is worshipped as essentially a bringer of order and highly justice prone. And he had a capital city removed from the world, but still able to rule over it, called Alvungardum.
It was over by. If you showed me the map, it was on like the east. It was on like the west area. In the Deadwood, it was like. Where are we? We're south.
Yeah.
No, wait, where? Oh, I was all the way on the western continent.
Yeah.
It was like over here somewhere. Yeah.
That is the Detroit city of something. But no, it's not Alvungardum. No, that's the ruins of Somnia.
Okay.
I know you've heard Alvungardum before. I just don't know if you remember when.
It was in the solo session, but again.
Yes. Yeah, that's mentioned in the book. I don't think much of the other names are familiar, though you can learn a lot about the various gods that it's theorized the elves worshipped, because there's essentially a laundry list of them. Quite a few. Okay. Zednius, Severus, that's good. Lars, you got a full 8 weeks.
I don't think there's anything that I wanted to train or be proficient with. I think a lot of it's probably going to be playing off the solo session, maybe like getting back into doing things for my house and making my family look good and that kind of stuff.
Well, that's perfect, because on December 9th, that is the date of your sister's wedding to that young officer that you met in solo session. We're not going to go through the whole ceremony, but there are little bits of it we're going to go through. Are you inviting anyone to it? You don't really have any friends. Obviously, Gore's coming, but that's a given.
Probably not.
All right, then. So on December 9th, your family, along with many nobles from Mythos, Regia, and Flamium, gather at your family's estate. There, you hold the fire bonding ceremony, where a bonfire is set and various objects are thrown into the fire as tokens of devotion to the new married couple. And then ultimately...
Oh, I guess if he's not going to already be there, my cousin that I'd fought with.
Yes. about your cousin. As you send, you're this is probably 2 weeks before the wedding. You're like getting your invites together and figuring out if you want to invite anyone. As you're writing with your sister, you write the name of, Philus Regia and begin to lick the letter to send it, and your sister glances over and says, "Oh, I don't think he'll be able to come.
Oh?
He's been detained."
What is that? Do you know why?
I don't know. Probably one of those traders from the south.
Guess I'll have to check out that later.
All right. Your sister's wedding comes, and the firebonding portion of the ceremony goes well. You are largely left unschmoozed. No one really talks to you. You're there, but the circumstances surrounding your exile still sort of hang about you. And it isn't until later in the evening, as people start to get drunk, that they begin to talk to you. And people ask, where you've been, and they ask you about the stories of your exile. They treat you like a, bard to tell them amazing stories. Do you indulge them?
Somewhat. I won't go like full on, but I want to at least get their attention and get them talking to me, so yeah.
Yeah, you can tell them about a fight against an Imperial Guard. You can tell them about fighting necromancers in the south. It goes from like, we can't talk to this guy, to slowly warming up throughout the evening. And at the latest point of the night, you hear a couple of older men, like, you've gotten quite drunk. Most people have gone home. You're just leaning against a counter, petting Gore. And you can hear a couple of older men around a table talking. And your ear perks up when you hear your cousin's name. And one of the men looks to be a senior officer, maybe a proconsul. He's saying, "Terrible shame, too. I bet that Philus could have made Legate if he just kept his head down. Same goes for the rest of those centurions. Should have just let their consumilitum go. No reason that they all needed it. Well, you know." And he sort of pats the arm of the guy next to him.
That sounds like he was just too loyal to the guy we arrested, so they took him in for traitor as well.
Could be. Well, you let it be. The rest of the men leave, and you're one of the last to sleep. Your sister will be leaving the family estates to travel to the home of her husband, which is out in Transpontar Solaria, which is out on the plains themselves. Very dangerous place these days. Obviously, Maximus and Resme will be up to similar stuff, but that'll be dealt with later. You guys will all receive a letter. Severus, you will find yourself in Mythos waiting for another job. Zednius, you'll be at your estate. And Lars, you'll be at your family's estate just outside of Mythos. And the letter that finds you will read, "The enemies of the Empire do not rest. Unfortunately, neither may you. Your winter of rest is over, and the fight returns. I expect you in Mythos and my office by the 18th. Consul Lars Ignia." It is a summons which invites no other interpretation, and so separately, you each make your way to the capital. The Imperial complex is draped in snow as you all arrive throughout the days leading up to the 18th of January. It is a new hallway that you find yourselves waiting in, no longer located on the first floor of the sprawling Department of Faith building, but instead the third. The hallway is decorated with frescoes depicting Aurelian Varus Sol's victory in the Light Wars, annihilating the old church, the Battle of the Clovian Bridge. Rather than chairs, there are benches, and instead of a young woman wearing purples, there are 2 Imperial guards standing outside the door at the end of the hall. Some things have changed, but they do largely remain the same. Severus, you are the first to arrive, but slowly, you see Zednius come, and then Lars. Obviously, you've seen Zednius rather recently, but it's been almost 2 months since you've seen Lars.
Is Gore with him?
Well, of course, Gore's with him.
Of course. How do they look?
Lars, how do you look? You've been living amongst fancy society for 2 months.
Yeah, I don't think he'd be full on like noble clothing, but it's definitely like a nicer getup than he'd normally be wearing. kind of has like that look on his face of like, I'm here to do my job.
Okay. Well, do you speak first, or you just silently nod and sit down in the corridor?
Knowing how he is, I'll just give him a quiet nod, wink at Gore, and just. I assume if he wants anything, he'll talk, but he'll probably just stay quiet because that's how he is.
A fair assumption.
Lars probably doesn't even notice.
Paste. So the three of you silently sit down in the corridor leading to Consul Lars Ignia's new office. About 10 more minutes pass. There is no Maximus nor Renesmee. And the door at the end of the hall opens, and a priest enters. He wears white robes with gold highlights and a shaved head. He looks at each of you. Judges of the Empire, Consul Ignia is expecting you. Please come in.
I'll get up right away and make my way.
All right. As you guys shuffle in, the scale of the office takes a moment to adjust to. The previous office was a cramped one, the chamber being dominated by statues of the four heralds and a large one of the Almighty. Those same statues are present in this room, but they are joined by bookshelves, a central table covered with maps of the Empire, and smaller scribes' desks throughout the chamber. The desk of the newly minted consul himself is clearly made of deadwood. The wood has been polished to a slate black finish and is only sparsely decorated. The consul has an aura of happiness which languishes about him. His wardrobe has scaled up alongside his social standing. His robes are golden with purple and white trim. He wears a platinum holy symbol around his neck, and every finger of his hands is bejeweled. He remains quiet as you sit down. The only sound in the office is a crackling brazier before a statue of the Almighty. As the last of you, probably Lars, sits down. Consul Lars Ignia, stay silent.
Sorry, say again?
Consul Lars Ignia just stays quiet as the three of you are sat down in front of him. He's just staring at you all. Seems to be a bit of a moment of thought. When you three first entered this office, I gave a grand speech about the enemies that the Empire faced. That is true, and has only been made truer. The defeat of the Deadwood was an admirable activity, but there are a great many threats which assail the Empire. However, your next task shall not take place to the front to fight the heretical plainsfolk, or battle of the Deadwood again. You've been specifically requested by the legendary Vice Admiral Lucius Cornelius Marimus Perusian Gillian. By the name alone, I'm sure you can tell that he is favored by the Emperor. He has brought us a great tide of victories to the Empire during his tenure as the second in command of the Imperial Navy, and is currently commanding the Imperial Fleet in Red Dinium. He asserts there is an intentional sabotage happening to the Imperial Fleet. That is the reason why you have been called. The culprit has already been caught. He is a petty officer by the name of Byron, and he has no memories of why he did any of the actions of sabotage. It's a tricky case, and thus far the Magi present on Proton have been unable to help our Vice Admiral. This reeks of powerful magic. Powerful magic being used to sabotage one of the most vital assets of the Empire. Therefore, you are to be sent to the rainy isle of Proton. Your mandate in Proton is thus: serve at the pleasure of the Vice Admiral, determine the nature of this magical threat, eliminate heresy, treason, and beasts wherever you find them. You may also notice we're missing your fellow judges, Maximus Titus Gaius Ignia and Renesmee de Thaladra Fabricia. They have been dispatched on a brief errand for Clan Ignia. They will join you soon enough. Do you have any questions on carrying out your duty?
Lars just shakes his head no.
He nods.
Are we going right away?
Yes, there's a ship, a naval supply vessel in the harbor named the Sea Spray that has been requisitioned to take you there. Have any of you spent a substantial time at sea?
No, sir.
No.
Well then, I recommend you eat light before you get on the boat. That is all. And you guys skin up.
Thank you.
Yeah, you leave the office. A broad mandate, a rather loose task, and we're going to briefly talk about the Isle of Breton. Because it's a part of the Empire, but I don't think... Well, you know, yes, you've been there before. But most Imperial citizens have not been there before. It is a very small portion of the Empire. This little island to the north of Doja, it is a part of it. It's been a part of the Empire for about 100 years. It's stereotyped as rainy and dreary and covered with clouds, and it is the home of the Hellion Pantheon. So when you get there, they're going to have weird names, they're going to talk strange, some of them won't speak like the Imperial language, they'll worship weird gods, but they are still Imperial subjects, so that you are still, like, powerful in terms of your authority over them. And you guys can make your way down to the harbor. There is easily enough to find the sea spray waiting for you. It's a small little clipper designed to stay within sight of the coast. It already is loaded up with storage crates, and the crew of the vessel will, you know, give bows to the three of you as you come on board. The captain has earmarked his personal quarters for you guys to sleep in, so it'll be with at least some comfort as you travel the Galantian Sea over towards Breton. So, as you begin this naval journey, which will take you about 6 days, I'd like all three of you to make Constitution saving throws.
Let's see how we do with seasickness, I'm assuming.
Yes, indeed.
Oh no! Oof. Oh no.
One for each week, you say? So 3 total per character?
Yeah, Constitution saving throw?
Yeah, 3 of them, right?
No, just one.
Oh, just one.
Technically, the journey takes 6 days, but we'll only deal with the first one. All right, so you guys get out to sea. You never leave side of the coast. A bit too dangerous for vessels in this time, but that doesn't make it at all better. The Galantian Sea this time of year, especially in early spring, is roiling back and forth, knocking the ship side to side. Rain pelts the deck, and Lars and Xenius, you guys are practically glued to the balcony, vomiting down onto the waters below. Severus, why are you so good at handling this? Have you somehow experienced bits of the ocean before? Do you just have a strong constitution?
I imagine my training in acrobatics involved lots of stable environments, ropes and slacklines, stuff like that. So being on an unstable environment with my balance is probably a bit more akin to what I do than for most people.
Okay, I mean that sounds right to me. I mean it makes sense. On the first day of travel, you guys have not quite reached Tarako yet, but Xenius, you can actually see your estate off like the front right bow, which is somewhat nice, but that is not what draws your attention, because that happens near the end of the day. At about midday, you're on the edge of the deck, Lars. You're vomiting into the water. Gore is like curled up next to you, and you notice something floating off the left edge of the ship. It looks like it looks almost like a jellyfish floating on the surface of the water. And it seems to be coming towards the ship. It's not particularly large. It's no bigger than like a child, but it is incredibly strange. It has this like blue and purple luminescence to it, with these long tendrils escaping from its body, traveling deep into the water.
Yeah, if there's like a dockhand or the captain or anyone nearby, I'll probably point it out and just be like, is that something we should be worried about?
Yeah, the ship is chock full of sailors, and one of them that's pretty close to you cleaning the deck, will walk over and say, "Oh, that's a sea hellion."
Is that a good thing?
If we were out in the water, I'd be saying that we should be swimming for our life, but they can't do anything to wood. So, just don't fall off the ship. We'll pat you on the shoulder and you can go back to spilling up your guts.
Vomiting.
Yeah, it's a strange creature. You've never seen anything quite like that. You guys continue onward, staying in the great port city of Tarako for only a couple of hours, but it's a glorious respite for Severus, for Lars and Xenius. The two of you guys let your stomachs, you walk onto dry land for the first time in a day. You let your stomach get under control. You don't eat or drink, but you just walk on the shore. And as the bell on the ship rings, you rejoin it, and your journey continues again. What are you guys doing to pass the time? These are pretty long journeys. Like, it's 6 days, 24 hours of travel a day. You got a lot of time.
If I'm getting himself with gore.
If I'm better today, keeping up with what I've been doing the whole time, which is swordsmanship, reading the history texts, stuff like that.
All right, so you're reading books, you're practicing with Severus. Lark's pet gore. Severus, what about you? What are you doing?
I'm probably trying to get familiar with the crew and just with how stuff works in the ship, trying to just learn as much as possible I can from this experience.
Yeah, you
in case it might come in handy in the future.
Yeah, you learn that aboard the Sea Spray there are other less than legal individuals. They speak Thieves' Cant, which is more of like a dialect of like innuendo and subtext rather than an actual language. And you use this back and forth to communicate ideas that these people will smuggle almost anything aboard the Sea Spray. They're not smuggling anything this time, but these guys have no scruples about it. And you begin to learn that the Sea Spray is a independent merchant vessel that is currently contracted by the Mithdosian Navy, meaning it has a crew of all sorts of people. There's only humans on it, but there's Tabrashans, Mithdosians, Pertons, there's all sorts of people. And actually, as you're integrating yourself into the crew, you're down in the bottom hold. They're the people that aren't currently on duty, so about 13 men are playing cards or doing other things to entertain themselves. And as you're talking to another sailor, when you hear a ruckus begin on another part of the ship, 2 men stand up from a table of cards. One of them clearly Tabrashan, since he doesn't really speak mythos at all. And the conversation begins with the Mithdosian standing up and saying, "You cheating bastard! You think I didn't see you slip that card in your hand?" And the Tabrashan says, "Well, you would not insult my honor like that in front of all of these people." And the 2 of them begin to get up in each other's face. I mean, you have the authority to change this circumstance, or are you just staying back, keeping to yourself?
You do not care.
As
no,
long
you
as
don't.
if they're just like getting into argument or maybe a little fisticuffs, that's fine.
Okay.
If any of them try to pull like a knife or try to like seriously hurt the other, I'll step in.
Yeah, alongside the rest of the crew down here in the hold, you keep an eye on the 2. They continue to shout, peacocking before one another. Eventually a fist is thrown, and the Tabrashan takes a blow across the face and busts his lip. Around this time, though, the bosun, sort of the person who maintains discipline aboard the vessel, comes down to the hold, and he grabs the shoulders of both men. And he'll look at you and say, "Oh, Lord Judge, I didn't see you there. I'm sorry. You had to see this breakup of discipline. They'll be dealt with accordingly."
Just raising an eyebrow and not say anything.
And later that day, as you're ingratiating yourself amongst the top deck, the 2 men will be taken to the main post, the sail of the vessel. And the Tabrashan will be given 3 lashes, and the Mithdosian will be given 1 lash for harming discipline on the ship, despite the fact that the Mithdosian threw the first punch. This seems to just be accepted fact aboard the vessel. The Mithdosians this is their empire. They get preferential treatment. Such is the way of things aboard the ship. The next day, you guys cross into the Horn of Celeria, and at this point, you have to make the most dangerous part of the journey, which is crossing across the Galantian Sea. There's no way to get around it. You got to go across it, which means you have to leave sight of land. And today, the whole crew is like focused on their task. They are the navigators working hard to make sure the vessel is going in a consistent direction. The men are working hard to make sure that the sail is perfectly as the captain intends. What are the 3 of you guys doing? Just trying to stay out of the way, or?
Yeah, if there's like you said there's like a personal quarters that we had, right?
Yeah, you were given the captain's quarters.
I'll probably just like take a bucket or something and go down there.
Okay. Yogi?
I'll help as much as I can.
All right.
Do they look like are they anxious at all, or are they just
Yeah,
determined?
100%. Yeah, there's an
Anxious?
aura of nervousness hanging across the ship.
If they're nervous, I'll try to help, but I won't. I don't want to do anything very physically laborious.
Okay.
I don't.
That's fine. There's nothing too physically intense about this. It's just staying alert for the entire passage across the gap. It's about a 30-mile gap, meaning it takes about half a day to cross, which we're trying to do in 8 hours. About the halfway point, heavy rains are beating against the deck. About a quarter of the crew is just grabbing buckets and tossing water overboard, preventing the ship from flooding. Screw pumps from the lower levels are constantly being spun. And Zednius, you're just trying to keep yourself getting soaked by the rain. And then you hear someone shout, "Something off the left bow!" And slowly, different people run over towards the left-hand side of the ship. Severus, since you're more easy on your feet, you sprint over and join them. And you see something has crested the wave. And then it slowly pulls back into the water. And you see its tail flick up for a moment. And one of the men's teeth begins to chatter, and another one beside you, Severus, says, Oh, by the Almighty. And,
what is it?
The man looks towards you, wide eyes. It's Galantean serpent. We should be fine. We just gotta keep moving. And he begins to run up the steps towards the wheel that the captain is on, and you can hear like a whispered conversation. And despite him saying you guys will be fine, you can see the concern on the captain's face. And the captain is going to point down towards you, Severus, and Zednius, and say, "Get the passengers down into the hold. We need to have focus here. We can't have any distractions."
Passengers meaning us?
Yeah.
Okay. What weather is it like right now?
Hard rain beating against the deck, thunderstorm in the distance, dark rolling waves.
I'm going in.
As the ship rocks side to side and a splash of water crosses the deck, you move down the steps back into the captain's quarters. What about you, Severus?
I'll step in front of the captain, and I'll say, "Captain, if I can help, I will. But if I'm on the way, I'll leave."
You're not a sailor, man. You're a judge. You sit in the cargo hold. We'll be fine.
Is Lars down here?
Yeah.
Where I just met? I'll inform Lars of what's happening, and if he yeah.
Lars is just like,
we might just die here in a second.
He's in between throwing up and just petting Gore. Yeah.
Yeah. Severus, do you head down?
Yeah, I guess.
Okay. You head down the steps, the deck to the sailors. The nervousness has become outright panic as they're rapidly trying to divert to the right. And you guys are all now in the captain's quarters. There's a single bed, a corner where has become Lars's corner, as he just into a bucket. Zednius, you've gotten your stomach a little bit more under control in the last few days, just a little bit. And if the three of you guys are holed up in this room.
Does the room have any windows?
No, there are no windows, unfortunately. The ship shudders hard. There's like this creak that runs the length of the ship. It sounds almost like a house settling, but it passes the entire ship. And then there's this dull sort of boom of something hitting. Not hard, but like bumping against the edge of the ship. And the entire ship rocks to the right. And, Lars, once again, your stomach jumps out of your torso into the bucket in front of you. You can't hear the sounds of the deck above you. You can hear the sound of the rain beating against the ship and the splashing of the waves, but what the crew is feeling like is beyond you. You just remain quiet in your little room.
Yes, for Lars. There's not really much I can do about it anyway. If it is something big or massive, he barely can stand on his 2 feet right now.
Yeah.
Do we have any rope down here?
Yeah, you look around the room. Certainly, this is like a captain's quarters, so there'll be rope for excess rope, easily found.
I also have hempen rope on me.
There you go.
if there's like a post nearby or anything, I'll tie a rope around my waist, and I'll tie myself to like the post.
Yeah.
Like tie the other end to the post. Not tie myself like close to the post, just in like a. So in case the ship like gets hit heavily, I don't get flung around too badly.
Yeah.
And
there's a splash.
but I'll have my dagger handy in case I need to cut the rope.
Okay. There's a splash as the ship must have just crested a wave and smashed down into another one. In fact, you see some water, like a little bit of water, trickle into the room underneath the door before the water recedes due to the tilting of the ship. And then you hear another just boom, something contacting the hull, just slightly. And then you hear screams from above. It sounds like maybe one or two people screaming, and then one of the screams cuts off midway through, and then the other three continue to scream, and you hear the sound of gunfire, of the limited firearms aboard the vessel being shot. And you're remaining in the captain's quarters?
I'll go up with my bow.
You remove yourself from the rope. Zednius, do you join Severus?
Hegal should. I'm not.
Okay. Yeah, Hedhagal squeezes his way under the door as Severus unties himself, and looking through Hedhagal's eyes, you can see that the top deck is largely, the entire crew has moved on to the left-hand deck. They are looking down from the deck out into the black water, and as Hedhagal rolls over, he can see a single man has fallen overboard. He's about 60 feet away from the ship, bobbing up and down in the water, trying to stay above it, and there is red beginning to spread through the water around him. And Severus, as you untie yourself and begin to press up the steps, you see a similar scene. And moving over towards the left-hand balcony, roll me a dex check. Actually, initiative. I think, honestly, initiative probably works best here, though it's not really bad. That's a wrong modifier. It's 21. It's meant to be a +3. Okay. You get to the top deck, but the time it took you to untie yourself and get up here, it wasn't quick enough, and you watch as the great head of the serpent emerges from the water. It's blue, with bits of green running through it. It has these orange, angry eyes. It's not as big as you thought it was. It's more like the size of a horse, like the head-wise, and then it just continues that length along the rest of its body. And it pops out of the water, and then the man disappears into the water with it, and there's screams of, no, from the ship, and gunpowder weapons go off shooting into the water. You know enough about them that there's no chance they'll even go a couple of inches into the water, much less hurt that creature where it's dove to. And
wait, the creature's head was as big as a horse's head, or the whole creature was like the creature's head was as big as a whole horse?
The creature's head was as big as a whole horse.
Holy shit.
And the rest of its body was about the same size as that. And the captain shouts, "Get back to your stations, you good-for-nothing layabouts! Do you want this fucking ship to sink?" And slowly men return from the left banister to tending to ropes and keeping the sail on track and keeping the rudder facing the right direction. You've not drawn the captain's attention. He's too focused on keeping the ship going. What are you doing, Severus?
I mean, Sea Snake's gone. Nothing I can do. I'm going back to my quarters again.
You head down the steps. The sound of rain beating gets dulled as you close the door. Hedhagal, I assume you return and see Zednius.
Yeah.
And the three of you sit in the ship. No further screams come down from the top deck, and slowly over the course of a couple of hours, the storm dies down. And then eventually, almost suddenly, it breaks. You guys have reached Praton. The Rainy Isle doesn't have great storms rocking it ashore. Instead, it has this light little piddle that can hardly be considered real rain. It's the top deck. The ship is in mourning. There's only one man, but that could have been any one of them. And they don't really talk the next couple of days. And as you guys are on your last day before you reach Red Dinium, you notice something, Severus. You're the one that spends most of the time on the top deck. Zednius spends most of his time in his books. Lars is just slowly becoming, used to his sickness. So it's really only you on the top deck of the Sea Spray. And you notice there's a lot of crows on this island. Like ravens, birds, honestly, all birds in general. There's seabirds, seagulls, and sailors are fighting a constant war to keep seagulls and other avian wildlife off of the ship. And at about midday, you're probably 4 hours from getting to the harbor of Rendinium. There's a crow which hops on the balcony beside you. There's no sailors around to shoo him off, and he looks at you, and there's this almost intelligence to his eyes as he looks down towards a pouch on your side, which is where you're holding the rations that were issued to you by the ship, and the crow, cocks its head.
I'll just chew it.
It caws at you, and it goes almost like it's mimicking something it's heard. Scraps.
Sorry, what?
Scraps!
Oh. Yeah, I'm not going to scroll anything.
Yeah, do you just wave it off again?
Yeah.
Yeah, the crow will lift up and beat its wings and fly away angrily, and it'll caw in your direction before Sailor takes this wild shot at it with a flintlock pistol. It has no chance of hitting, but it scared the crow away entirely. And then even below deck, Zednius and Lars, you guys hear the cry of, "Starboard! Redinium!" And it echoes from the crow's nest to the rest of the galley, and slowly sailors who have found themselves doing other tasks rush up to the top deck of the ship. And joining them, though somewhat slowly for Lars, you find yourselves among the press. The other sweaty men have not had a decent shower or bath in 6 days, and your nose is practically searing as you see the distant skyline. From this far away, only the walls of the city are visible. A pair of structures poke above the walls, though. A large dome and a cluster of 4 minarets. You know the Empire like you believe you do. That is likely 2 churches. Over the next 3 hours, the sights, smells, and sounds of Redinium come more into focus. The harbor is a colossal one, the largest you've seen outside of Mythos itself. 3 piers of which seem almost exclusively dedicated to Imperial warships, which all fly the Kai Rho of the Empire. The usual horrific smells of a city drift from the port. There is a smell of rotting fish, and as you get closer to the harbor, rejected fish parts can be seen floating in a scum across the surface of the harbor water. However, alongside the smell of fish is incense, a soft kind, which doesn't smell as powerful as the one you're used to in churches back in Mythos. However, for you, Zednius, this is a homecoming. These are the sights and smells that you practically buried yourself in for 10 years when you were within that church. And the sound at this docks is one of a worldly city. You hear at least 6 languages drifting up from the docks. There is, of course, common in Mythos. There is also, though, Protonic, Tabrashan, Dorvish, Sindalin, not to include the many dialects and strange ways of speaking in other languages you don't recognize. The people reflect this international hodgepodge of language. You see a goblin walking along the harbor. In the core provinces of the Empire, goblin would be killed on sight, and yet he stands there chatting with some other dock workers without fear. There's a troop of what looks to be performers. Based on their pointy ears and pale skins, you guess them to be half-elves from the west. And as the Sea Spray makes dock, the captain walks over to the 3 of you, and he gently confiscates your bucket, Lars. "Well, Lord Judges, hope you enjoyed the journey."
I hate it more on the way back.
Well, I hope you'll pass on my good wishes to the Vice Admiral.
Yeah.
You can fight him over up there. And he points towards a hill overlooking the harbor that looks almost like a palace. I wish you the best of luck.
Yeah, thanks.
Bye.
Who takes charge and leads the way?
Since I kind of know this place, right?
What city did you do your undercover stuff in?
Nauseous.
Nauseous. No, that was where you were born, right? I thought that I did.
Yeah, that is where I was born. Hold on, I just read the first location. Praton.
Praton.
Cathedral of the Almighty's Hope.
Oh yeah, that is the city. Yeah, you've lived here for 10 years. You know all about Red Stadium. If you have any questions, just let me know as we go on.
Here's a question. Being a Frumentari and like kind of doing some espionage here, is that something like if somebody recognizes me, am I gonna have to like fight them? What is the deal with? If someone
recognizes you as you were in the old days, then you need to deny that you are that person, because the Empire, Frumentari are personal agents of the Emperor. They're not respected. People don't like them because they're spies. You know, they're trying to find your bird.
Yeah.
So anyone recognizes you should be like, what?
I'm like an undercover cop.
Yeah, basically. You're like, honestly, the best example is like Internal Affairs. Even cops don't like Internal Affairs because they're investigating their shit. And in the same way, even colonial governors don't like the Frumentari because they're investigating their shit.
Okay.
Yeah, if you want to lead the way, you can step down from the sea spray and out towards the harbor. You know that the docks here are filled with the layabouts and the poor of the city. And you are headed to the governor's palace. That's the building that the man pointed to, that the captain of the sea spray. And you can head along the cobbles, climb the steps to get to the next tier of the city, move along a long corridor, past various churches and shrines. This city is probably more densely packed with religious buildings than any city you've ever seen.
And they're all for the Hellion Pantheon?
Yeah, there's a couple for the Almighty.
Okay.
Redinium and St. Andros, which are the two biggest cities on Praton, have a couple of things for the main faith of the
it's
Empire.
at the Cathedral of the Almighty's Hope. So
Correct,
that's
yeah.
Aurelian Soul still.
It is,
okay.
Yeah. And you begin to climb the large rotunda and back switch, which heads to the governor's palace. For Severus and Lars, though, this city it's overwhelming. There's new sights and smells you're not really used to. Some spices that you're not really used to. The language being spoken is definitely a strange one. You actually don't understand most of the people talking here because they speak in something called Protonic, which you guys largely don't speak. I don't even think Xenia speaks that. Though you would have picked up plenty of like common phrases and turns of
so
language.
The church I worked in didn't speak Protonic?
No, the church you worked in spoke Mythos because it worships the Almighty.
Okay.
But yeah, it's definitely strange being in the Empire and yet not understanding the basics of what people are saying. And arriving at the governor's palace, there will be several guards, but you will be waved on through. Checkpoint after checkpoint, probably 3 or 4, getting you deeper and deeper into the palace. You'll be waved through as judges. And eventually, you'll reach a corridor. 2 soldiers guard it, and they are heavily armored. They see your judge's badge, and one of them steps forward and gives you a deep bow. The Vice Admiral will be excited to see you, but we will have to confiscate your weapons. There's some concerns about infiltration. I'm sure you understand.
Yeah. Lars just hands him the brass knuckles.
Alright, we hand over brass knuckles.
Even as a judge?
As a judge?
He shrugs and says, "No offense, but we've had infiltrators do far worse things than pretend to be judges."
I'll hand him, my weapon, but I'm gonna leave Hegal here.
So you hand him Kalam Rasa?
Unless Hegal like hisses at me, yeah.
No, Hegal doesn't hiss.
As long as Hegal is still here, I trust that I'm not gonna lose the sword.
Okay, you hand over Kalam Rasa. Large, you hand over your brass knuckles, Severus. Do you give him all your weapons, or do you keep some hidden in like your boots? And
I'll keep my Mithril dagger hidden on me because I'm not.
And he needs to. Hegal has the order to alert me if anything fishy happens because
with the weapon.
Pretty much the weapon, or I guess if he feels the need to tell me. The range with me and Hegal is now the entire plane. So.
Sheesh! Goddamn. Okay. All right, you guys hand over your weapons, and the other guard opens up the door. And instantly, the smell of the harbor refills your nose. The room beyond, it's a relatively small office. The entire far wall is a series of open doorways that overlook the harbor and the fleet. In the center of the room, standing at a table, is a handsome man in his mid-30s. He has sandy blonde hair, a loose-fitting dress shirt, and leather pants. He has a scar across his cheek, but rather than looking ugly, it only enhances, the mystique and mystery around him. His beard and hair are well maintained. There's also a woman in the room, a half-elf clearly, a Galadite half-elf most likely. She wears conservative garments covering up much of her, and has jewelry along her ears and a phoenix amulet hanging from her neck. The man will glance up and say, "Finally, my judges arrive. Welcome!"
Hello, hello. The captain sends his well wishes.
The captain
of the ship. Of the ship.
Of the ship. Of the Sea Spray.
Yes.
Old Tarquinius. Well, it's good that you came here, though I was hoping you'd come a bit sooner. Was there something that delayed you?
Did the travel happen like on scale, or did that get delayed?
The
storm delayed us?
A little bit, yeah.
Yeah, there was a big storm.
Says, I see. Well, and he walks over to the table, extends a hand towards you. Vice Admiral Lucius Cornelius, though you can just call me Cornelius. It's quite a long title that I've earned, and I don't really like hearing the whole of it.
Zednius, and I'll shake his hand.
Zednius, well, pleasure to meet you, Judge Zednius. He looks towards you, Severus.
I'll shake his hand with... Is that what would be the most appropriate thing to do here? To, like, bow or something?
Well, so technically, like, it's the same as the Consul Militum was. Like, he's your boss, but he doesn't outrank you. Like, you're temporarily assigned to assist him with things, but he is not your direct superior.
But he's like a hero of the Empire, right?
Yeah, you don't know much about him beyond what the Consul Lars told you, but you certainly know that he has quite a reputation of, like, legendary seafaring navigator, explorer, those types of things.
On that case, I'll just give him a firm, respectful handshake and say, Severus.
Well, pleasure to meet you, Judge Severus. And as he goes to shake Lars' hand, he pauses for a moment and says, I recognize you. Do you have a sister? Question.
Sorry, I didn't realize it's muted. Yes, I do. Were you at her wedding recently?
I must have been, because I recognize that face. The grim, determined, the broken nose, the many injuries. Good heavens. Extends a hand towards yours.
I'll give a burly handshake and say, Lars Aurelius Titus Regia.
Pleasure to meet you. This here is my wife, Telriel Ale. I'm not the greatest of handwriters, and so she takes care of that all for me. And the woman just gives you a very slight raise of her hand, like to greet you. Well, I must ask, just to smooth my ego a little bit, what have you heard of me? I'm curious which stories reach the continent.
I'm kind of looking towards them because I have no idea who the fuck this guy is.
Yeah.
How long has he been here?
He was assigned relatively recently. He was still here he was assigned here the last couple years of your, like...
So then I should know some basic things, right?
Yeah, the basic things you know is that he was a nobody. He was just some petty officer in the fleet. And he won a huge naval battle against some pirates. He conquered a city, essentially, though more so he raided the shit out of a Tabrashian city. And due to all those actions and some other things and some explorations, he was accepted into the imperial family.
Okay.
Would I know any of his exploits?
I think the one that you would know of, because you're from Tabrashian Plains, is that a couple years ago, he grabbed a couple of ships, moved them about 300 miles across land, like on carts and stuff, then reassembled them in the large lake in the middle of Tabrash, and then he raided a bunch of like coastal settlements with an actual like ocean navy.
It's crazy.
Yeah. And no one expected it, so it worked.
I'll just say, well, I heard about your adventures on the Tabrashian lake.
It's a lake, yeah. He nods and says, yes, the Mithras expedition. It was one of my finer points. I'm glad that story is still around with all the defeats we've suffered on the plains. I thought that people may have forgotten.
How could they forget a story about an exploit so bold and creative?
You'd be shocked. I went to this function a couple of weeks ago, an Admiral's conference in Mythos. One man knew me by name. Well, other than all the admirals, of course, but the social circles of Mythos move on quickly, and I haven't done anything in 2 years, and, you know, the classic phrase of what have you done for me lately?
Well, as long as you stay hungry, your name will come back, right?
Certainly. I just need something to actually fight. All those giant battles of armies out on the plains, legions versus horses, I can't do anything about that. I need ships and pirates, and I suppose I'm suffering from success. Either way, you've come here quite a long way, and I suppose we should actually get to the reason why you're here. I'm not sure how much our mutual friend in the Department of Faith told you, but I have a couple of parties in mind to blame for this sabotage, but I haven't been able to get anything useful from the man that I captured.
So what? You looking for tortures, or?
No, I don't think so. I have a magus in my employ, and we have confirmed that the young man knows he did the actions, he just can't explain why he did it. That's why I called the Department of Faith to begin with. This is beyond the capabilities of my hydromancer, and beyond anything that I can figure out, and I don't think torture is the answer here. He's been left in relatively good shape in the dungeons of the palace here. Thought that you could ask him some questions, perhaps figure out more of why he did all this.
Has he been put under a zone of truth yet?
Yes, and detect thoughts. So far, we've confirmed he did the sabotage, and yet we also can confirm he has no idea why he did it and felt like he had no control over his body.
Interesting.
He has an exemplary record before the sabotages began. I recruited him myself.
Wow. Assuming he does really not know why he did what he did, and considering there's no truth, he must have been a victim in something large.
That is my theory, and I'd like to prove his innocence if possible. It'd be a shame to lose a perfectly good officer to some sort of magical something. I don't know. Corruption, heresy. That's why I called you him. I simply don't know the options, and being a hydromancer, he is a wizard, but his main focus is on controlling the weather and improving the strength of my fleet.
What?
Is there background information you want to gather first, or would you like to just speak with him?
What kind of things did he sabotage?
Well, on December 5th, one of our cannon galley's masts snapped during a windstorm. When the mast fell, it killed 3 men, and at the time, we thought it was just a faultily built mast, but in hindsight, we now know that he had sabotaged it with a saw and then covered up the damage to the mast with paint and wood filler. So when a windstorm came, snap, dead sailors. Then a couple of days after that, there was a mock battle in the harbor, and what was meant to be dry firing of our cannons became an actual cannon fire, as one of the cannons had been pre-primed to fire, and so when the poor ensign that was firing it set the wick, it actually fired a real cannonball. It killed 3 men on the opposing ship, injuring another 12 others. And the last one, which allowed us to catch him, was after the scuttling of a ship called the Flaming Wheel. The ship was just sinking. We found that there was damage to the hull, and since all the crew had been on shore leave enjoying a good night, and the men on watch had been getting a bit tipsy, no one had noticed the damage until the ship was already sunk 3/4 of the way into the water. But that's when we finally caught the, well, Petty Officer Joyner. He had a screw saw and a hammer, and he was found hiding in a shack near the waterside. He looked frightened, and he's been in our custody since.
How long was the time in between each of these actions?
About 2 weeks.
Did the shack look like he had been using it? Is it a place of interest?
As best as we could tell from our interrogation, he realized what he'd done, didn't know why he did it, just freaking out, he ran towards the nearest place he could find, which was a shack on the pier.
Does the man have a family?
He has a mother and father, but nothing here in Breton.
Do you have any leads on...
Where does he reside?
Currently, he resides in our dungeon.
No, I mean, before.
Before,
Did he have a
slept in the
house?
officers' barracks down near the water.
Have you gone through his things?
We have, yes. We found... I didn't think any of it was strange. The Magus took one of the trinkets and investigated it. It seemed to have raised his suspicion, but he ultimately determined there was nothing there.
Do you have any leads on enemies or people who wanted to do this to you?
Yes, actually. So, my first instinct says that these are Tabrashan spies. I think it makes the most sense. We know the Tabrashans have wizards. We know Son of the Dragon favors infiltration and cowardly fighting. So this could perhaps be a part of one of those schemes, which means there's a Tabrashan agent somewhere in the city. Could also be members of a cult of the Jade Lady. Most of them were purged 70 years ago? I don't know, my history isn't very good. But small sects of them still exist across the island, and they're not a fan of me or the Empire, though especially not me after my conversion. So they could be a culprit, and I suppose there could be some third party that I'm unaware of, but I largely think it's one of those two. Where do you think it would be best to begin?
I think we should talk to the man.
Alright.
I think that's the easiest way to start. But
He
it
looks
does
back.
leave the question. If somebody has magic as powerful as controlling one's mind and abilities and what they do, and they were seriously after
having
your
no
harm.
recollection of who did it to him.
Yeah, if they were seriously after doing your harm, couldn't they have done significantly more harm?
I agree. And to get caught in such a manner feels like a stroke of luck on our part.
Yeah. Imagine if someone could have gotten hold of your mind. What damage they could have done. Horrifying.
He nods slowly.
I mean, it could have just been something like a suggestion spell. Many wizards are capable of that, right? Not necessarily.
You step beyond my realm of expertise. He looks back towards the woman. Tell Rio, if anyone else comes asking for me, tell them I've gone down to the dungeon with our guests. He says, let's go speak with the petty officer in question. Perhaps you can gain some insight that me and my magus were unable to. He's been left well fed, so you won't have to worry about getting him talking. And he will lead you. He seems to be pretty popular amongst the garrison here. He's constantly waving and saying hello to soldiers as he walks by. He'll stop in brief conversation with other officers he passed, asking after their family and their affairs. And then you'll descend the steps down into the dungeon. And dungeons you've been in, I mean, Zednius, you've recently been in a dungeon. This is not like that. This is not a place where people are tortured. This is like a county jail. Like, this is a place where people are detained and then, dealt with in that way. And so there's clean jail cells without rats. There's no torture device. There's no blood on the floor. And currently sitting in one of those cells on a bench, you can see a younger man. He's in his 20s, brown hair, a beard had begun to grow across his face over the last couple weeks in captivity. He has no uniform on, but he will stand as you guys approach and give a salute to the Vice Admiral. The Vice Admiral will give him a nod and say, Petty Officer Byron Joyner, meet 3 judges on the mainland. We're going to have some questions for you, and I hope you be as cooperative as possible. The Petty Officer gives a nod and sits back down. The Vice Admiral says, well, I have some minor affairs to attend to, but when you're done, just come back to my office. I'll be curious to hear if you find anything.
All right, we'll do that.
Yeah, and he'll exit the dungeon, climb the steps, and the 3 of you guys head into the cell. It's just you alone with a very somber-looking younger man.
I'll look at him. I want to try this. I want to look at him, and I want to just say in Thieves' Cant, just try to convey the message of a weird one, huh? And just see if there's any glint of recognition.
Yeah, roll an insight check.
Ooh,
There's
wow.
Yeah.
I'm gonna.
Okay.
You are 100% certain that he does not speak Thiefscan.
Okay.
I'm gonna flash magic eyes to see if there's anything affecting him or on him or anything.
There is. Ooh, that's interesting. That's actually interesting. There's no effect currently on him, and I'm gonna say that you are pretty in tune with how detect magic works. So you're able to detect pretty minor things, and there's like you know the aura of consecration and desecration. How this can like hang over people or areas. He has something similar, like him, like an after image of a spell that was probably either powerful or on him for quite some time.
Okay. And I can't.
Oh,
I can just tell that something was there.
Yeah,
I don't
it's
know
so
necessarily
faint
what
that
school.
you're lucky
Okay.
you can see anything, much less the school or anything else.
Well, if this is magical doing, this is more your guys' expertise than mine.
Yeah, there's
Petty
something
officer
magical going
says,
on with him.
You think it's magic?
I think so. It would
That
explain
would
him
be
not knowing
wonderful to
his
hear.
actions.
Perhaps I could be reinstated.
Let's
Well-
not get too ahead of yourself. We have to find out what's going on first.
Oh,
but keep in mind, we're here to confirm your innocence. People have, from the investigation that's been going on so far, it seems likely that you've been affected by something and that you meant no actual harm. So if you answer our questions as truthfully as possible, and don't leave out any details, as small as they might seem or as irrelevant as they might seem, then we can hopefully help you wash clean your name and
yes,
find
of
you really
course.
guiltless.
Lord Judge, I've been waiting for this. They were asking me all these questions that I felt stupid answering. They were asking me, "Did you do this?" And I said, "Yes," but I had no control. It feels good to have someone in my corner.
Were you conscious the whole time you were doing these actions?
Yes.
What is the last thing you remember before you lost control of yourself?
Well, it's not like that, you see. But I would just be going about my day, and then there'd just be this overpowering urge. It's like when you're on the deck of a ship and you look off the deck and a small part of your brain whispers, "What if we jumped?" It's like that, but 1,000 times more powerful. Just this thing, this power over me, and it was telling me to do things. And after they were done, I'd wonder why I did it in the first place. It made no sense. I felt guilty, and I'll admit I probably should have turned myself in, but I didn't. And
Why not?
And
because I just sabotaged a ship. I just broken a mast. If I had gone and told the guard I did that, they would have accused me of treason.
Okay.
and around the times whenever you're felt more compelled to do these things, do you have a area in your memory that seems missing, like there's this part where you were in a different spot than you remember, or that you moved from two places and didn't, like missing a gap of memory in between?
Not that I recall. It seems normal enough until I just got the urge.
Have you met any new friends recently? Or perhaps I should ask, when's the first time you noticed this voice that you speak of?
It's not exactly a voice. It's just an
A
urge.
compulsion. Yeah. When is the first time you
Last month.
can remember that
The
happening?
5th of last month. I remember it like it was yesterday. It was just, I was on the ship, on the deck. I just conducted a cleaning off the hull, scraping barnacles and the like, and we just set it down back into the water, and I just had this urge to go grab a saw, some wood fillers, some paint, and just break the mast. And a part of me knew that it could hurt other men, but it just felt like nothing in comparison to how good it would feel.
This is when it first happened to you, when you first started feeling that pull. Where were you?
I was on the deck of the ship.
What time was it?
What time was it? Later in the evening, maybe 6 or 7. The sun had gone down.
Was there anyone around you?
There was
And where
the
was
rest
the
of my
ship
crew.
situated?
The ship was situated on the end of the harbor, at the end of the pier, and the rest of my duty shift was with me, so 15 men. I don't think I can recall anything else. Anyone
Were
else?
you having any conversation, or maybe you stepped away for a moment to, I don't know, go to the bathroom or drink something, eat something, anything like that? Anything that would have singled you out from the group?
I don't think so. Not at the moment I felt it. When I felt it, I was on the deck looking at the mast.
Have you ever felt it and not obeyed what the urges?
No. I only felt it the urges 3 times, and every time they came,
How long does the urge last?
until the task is complete.
What's
he says
the
it like it's the
longest?
most obvious thing in the world.
Yeah, but how long did the longest task take you?
Oh, certainly sabotaging the gun leading up to the training exercise. I had to load up the gun and then cover up any sign of it, make sure that there was no cannons missing from the leisure, making sure that we had all the gunpowder accounted for. That took 7 hours.
7 hours. And you felt the urge this whole time
Oh, yes.
of those 7 hours.
I
Interesting.
didn't do anything. I didn't eat. I didn't sleep. I didn't drink. I just worked. I was
you-
exhausted afterward.
There was no way you could have just... It was uncontrollable.
Yes, sir. I've never felt anything like it. I felt like I was watching myself do these things. The urge was so powerful. It was a physical thing, not a weakness of the mind.
See, prior to the first time you being affected, has anything in your life recently changed? You met any new people you didn't know before? You went to any new places you've never been to?
I haven't been in any new places, but I did meet a few people. I don't know what day it was. Must have been the 3rd. It was 2 days before the first sabotage, so on the 3rd I was drinking with a couple of other petty officers down at the Frothing Clam, and I met this beautiful woman. But I only saw her that one time.
You only saw that one time?
Yeah, that one night. We spent the night together, but in the morning she was gone.
You ever hear of her again?
No, I haven't seen her since. I even went down to the tavern to look for her a couple of times, but she never showed up.
Curious.
And you met her the 5th or just before then?
2 days before, on the 3rd. Must have been.
Before the second instance and between the first and the second, how long of time was in between?
Oh, about 2.5 weeks. I
During
thought that the
those
first
2.5
incident had
weeks.
just been a fluke. You know, it was just, I don't know, just something odd. But, I mean, after those 3 men were killed, I knew I had to keep it secret, but I didn't think it would happen again.
Let's see. Well, for the second time, did you, within a week of it happening, the same question again, meet any new people, any new places, any new drinks you tried out, any new clothes you bought, anything, really?
I was working very hard for most of Frost, fixing up ships and things like that. Frankly, no, I can't recall anything in the week leading up to the second one.
And then I'll ask the same again for the third. Anything you think worth
certainly
mentioning there?
not for that one. That one's more recent. I remember that. I was working hard that whole week. I was so tired I could barely, get home and fall asleep, much less do anything else.
Alright, then to check this in case he's lying.
Yeah, it seems like with an 8, he seems like he thinks he's telling the truth.
Okay. Right. I'm gonna try to see if I can use some magic to maybe find out if there's something affecting you. I'd like you to concentrate. I'd like you to concentrate on that feeling that you had during those times.
Okay.
And what happened prior, and
Yeah, he closes his eyes.
And I'll start casting. I'll tell him this will take about 10 minutes, and I'll cast Identify on him, specifically the last paragraph. I know Yogi already checked with his eyes, but I want to see if there's anything. If I can catch any glimpse of anything here.
Yeah, interesting. Yeah, you cast Identify, you leave your hand on him for a minute as he's thinking about this intently. Interesting. So it's a magical effect, not a spell, to begin with. But I think that they would still sort of fall into that category. But he's not currently affected by it, so... Yeah, I think you'll just find that there was once, similar to what Yogi found, you'll find that there was once a spell cast on him. Since Identify is a little bit more like granular, like more specific than Detect Magic, I think you'll also find that it is clearly related to enchantment. The School of Enchantment. But it is not a spell.
After I'm done, I'll kind of put my hand on his shoulder and press it a bit to calm down, and I'll say, listen, I'm pretty sure now that something was affecting you magically.
You should tell the Vice Admiral or my commanding officer. They think
I can't tell exactly where the source is from, and I can't tell exactly what the spell or effect affecting you was.
The Magus are when they searched through your things, they found an item that they had the Magus identify. Did you get anything new?
Anything new?
Yeah,
the woman.
any gifts?
When I met with her, she gave me a coin, an iron coin. Like a good luck charm, she said. It was from her home.
Where was she from?
She said she was from Gela Isle. It's to the northwest of here. It's one of those small little islands.
Did she tell you what was her name?
Josepha.
Josepha.
Oh yes. And he gets this sort of wistful expression on his face, though. Rather than magical, this is definitely just horny brain.
He down bad, yeah.
Been in a prison for 2 weeks.
Does he still have the coin on him?
It was seized by the Archmagus.
Who the guy said that there was the item that the Magus identified, but he said it wasn't really that important. But I want to see that item now.
Yeah. That seems kind of sassy that it says it's not important, honestly.
And then we need to find out who is from that island, because it could be the Jade Lady cult.
It's all one big collusion. Totally. The Archmagus is the one who did it.
True.
Yeah, and I'll find out as much as I can about this woman. So
what color was she wearing?
To ask him.
Yeah, he'll share. If he can blame someone else for what's happened over the last month, he's more than happy to. So he'll give you the full description. She's beautiful, dark hair, dark eyes. She speaks in a strange accent. She doesn't speak Mythos. She doesn't speak Protonic. She does speak Common, though. They slept together. He didn't see her in the morning. He hasn't seen her since. She wore a symbol around her neck, which was an iron symbol of a bleeding eye. She said it was something given to her by her father.
Iron symbol of a bleeding eye. Okay.
It doesn't match with Jade Lady, does it?
Certainly not. Not in any way.
Did she have any special markings? Any scars, tattoos?
Oh yes, many scars. She told me that she'd been a hunter when her father was still alive.
Where were those scars situated mostly?
They seem to largely be located on her tips of her index finger down to basically her elbow, so along her forearm and her hands.
Okay, so the archer thing definitely makes sense.
Yeah.
Okay. She was a human?
Oh yes, a beautiful one.
How old would you say she was?
Oh, certainly older than me. I suppose late 20s, early 30s.
Right. When you met her, was she with any friends, anyone else that seemed to know her?
No, she just approached me and my fellow officers.
She just approached. That's rare.
Did she give
Where
a
was
reason?
this?
She
What
said she
tavern
was
is
feeling
this?
adventurous. It was the Frothing Clam down near the docks.
All right.
Hmm.
Oh. Dennis, Lars, can you think of anything else?
Just
This
stuck
isn't
on
really
this
my
this
area of
symbol,
expertise.
the bloody eye amulet. I'm just stuck on
Yeah.
it.
Yeah, Lars
Is
can't
that
punch this
symbolism?
guy, so...
I know about any of this.
Roll me a Arcana check.
Arcana?
History, Arcana, Religion. One of those three. Your choice.
I'll use history.
You have no idea, Zednius. You have no idea, Severs.
Let me ping Hegal and ask him if he knows about anything with a bloody eye.
No.
Okay. Well, it's not that ancient then.
Nope, not Elven.
Was there anything on the iron coin? Any symbol?
I don't remember. She gave it to me and I just put it with my things. It didn't seem all that important.
All right. Thank you. You've been a great help.
Of course. I hope your investigation goes well.
Just in case, I don't feel any magic affecting you right now. But just in case, don't be alarmed. I think we'll recommend that you'll be placed into freedom again. But there should be someone watching over you in case you ever feel that urge again. Do you think you would be able to tell anyone?
Maybe. I haven't tried before.
Just for a week or so have somebody keep an eye on you in case the spell is still under effect. It doesn't seem so for now, but just to be sure.
All right. Thank you.
Of course.
And you guys can file out of the cell. Where to?
Return to... I forget his name. The guy. Viscount Cornelius. Yeah,
Vice Admiral Cornelius, yeah. You can have one of the guards lead you up the steps through the winding governor's palace and back towards the office of the Vice Admiral. The door opens, you guys are led inside. The Vice Admiral is speaking with his wife, and she's writing down like what he's saying, and then he pauses halfway through as you guys enter and says, "Oh, you're back. I assume it went well?"
Yes.
Yes,
Good.
I'm curious
So what's
about
the big
that.
breakthrough?
Well, I'd like to see the item that the Magus retrieved. Do you know what it was?
I really don't. He whistles for one of his guards who comes in. Go grab the Hydromancer. Guard nods and exits the room and says, "They'll be here in a moment."
And what can you tell us of the islands around here?
The islands around too?
Yes. It appears he met with a woman who claimed to be from some of the islands. One of the islands.
What was the island called?
I don't remember.
Gala Isle.
It was like a small Gala Island.
He'll point towards the map with the picture of Bhutan. Well, there's of course the micro islands like Alba and a couple others. These are less than a mile square, but other than Bhutan, there's only Scotia, Gala. Scotia's to the northeast, Gala's to the northwest. The people there are A single quaestor rules over each island, and largely pagans and heretics and old people. But not any Jade Lady worshippers as far as I know, nor even Hellion worshippers, just the old gods. Those sorts of things. Less than 30,000 people on the two of the islands combined, though. Hardly worth an Imperial presence.
Who knows about their gods? Is there anyone we could ask?
There's probably some scholar here or in St. Andrews you could ask. Good heavens. I just can't imagine anyone taking interest in these islands. There's so few people. I could go to the symposium here and see if I could send for one of their professors.
Please.
Alright then. He whistles towards the other guard and says, "Contact the university, ask for Professor Stevronius. He'll probably know a thing or two about this." The guard exits. Well, beyond the, whatever object my hydromancer sees, is there anything else you think could be of interest?
Yeah, we have a description of a woman that might be related to the incident. It'd be interesting if we can find her. He saw her at the Frothing Clam Tavern, and I'll give him the description of the woman named Giuseppa.
Yeah, I'll nod.
Scars and index fingers, and,
I see.
I'll say, have people looking for her, discreetly if possible. We don't want to scare her into hiding in case she's still out there.
He nods and goes over to his wife, and as he begins to transcribe, a missive to be sent to his officers, there's a knock at the door, and a man comes in. He wears blue robes, carries a staff in his left arm, and his spellbook bounces across his waist. He gives a bow to the Vice Admiral, and the Vice Admiral says, "This is Arcanist Rollo Croquis. He is the Hydromancer of the fleet." The Arcanist looks towards the three of you and bows.
Nice to meet you.
Yes? What was I
this
called
is about
for?
the saboteur.
Yes.
See,
The
it
so-called magically tranced one.
Yes.
What about him?
What was the item that was interesting?
Interesting?
Or
Yes.
well, you had a further inspection of, I should say.
An iron coin.
What happened?
Can you tell us about it?
Iron coins are traditionally associated with fey creatures. I had once read a story that they are handed out by hags as a way of keeping their thralls connected to them. That's what made me interested in the coin, but I could find no obvious arcane enchantment on the coin.
We met with a strange woman that gave him the coin.
Strange.
Does that change anything?
Sorry, can you repeat that again?
A strange woman with like
Oh,
a
yeah,
unrecognizable
he says-
accent, doesn't speak Mythos or Praton.
Yes, I don't think it inherently changes anything. As I said, I identified the coin and found nothing. There is no magic present on that coin whatsoever. If you want it, you can have it, frankly. I have no use for it.
Yes, we'd like to.
Yeah,
inspect
please.
Yeah, he has a bunch of pouches around his waist that contain different material components for spells, and he will produce one and hand it over to you. The coin is a small little iron piece about the same size as a copper coin. On one side, it depicts a raven with a little inscription in a language you can't read. And then on the other face, it depicts a man wearing a crown with a cloak of feathers around his shoulders.
You know what this says?
Go ahead.
He says, "No, not the faintest clue. It's some
Okay, comprehend languages.
That's all
yeah,
about
that's
that.
an
Yeah,
action.
that's fun.
Yeah, I'm gonna cast comprehend languages and read it.
You can comprehend languages, and the coin, the side with the raven, reads Raven Tyrant 673.
What?
Is it like 6 space 7 space
Nope,
3, or is
6,
it like
7, 3, like all in one.
okay? I'll translate it.
The
Raven Tyrant
Arcanist
673.
looks at you. Does that mean anything to you?
Not right now, no.
No.
Me neither. Well,
I'm gonna flash my eyes and assume it's not magic, right?
yeah, you flash your eyes. This guy
He's
is
telling
not
us
straight up
something.
lying to you.
Okay.
It is indeed not
Yeah.
magical.
You gotta double check sometimes. You gotta
Imagine.
double check a little bit.
Imagine.
And then he like casts freaking
Fireball.
suggestion.
Yeah, it's not magical. And he looks towards the Vice Admiral. Lord, is there anything else I'm needed for? The Vice Admiral looks towards the three of you.
Not now.
Wonderful.
Well, I'm gonna ask if there's any sort of magical effects he's researched or knows of that could do this sort of thing, because we did detect some traces of magic on him.
He nods and says, I suspect, obviously, this is a magical sabotage. However, the man himself is not a reliable narrator. I detected his thoughts. He does not truly know what he thinks about any of these incidences. He never once tried to fight back against his urges. In the times in between the incidents, he never once admitted his faults. He could have told someone that he had done these things. Perhaps future deaths could have been prevented. There are 7 men, deaths, who lie on his hands, and a dozen more injuries, and a sunk ship, all because he didn't tell anyone he was feeling these strange urges. So I don't trust a word coming out of his mouth. As for magic, a simple suggestion spell could have gotten him to do these things. The only consequence where suggestion doesn't come into play is if it directly harms him, and you'll notice none of these sabotages ever put him in harm's way.
Well, but a suggestion spell lasts a limited amount of time.
8 hours.
Which
The longest task took 7 hours.
Yes, the longest task, which means he would have had to have been affected by it less than an hour before the deed started.
Did you detect? Did you see if he told us he didn't remember anything? He just felt the urges. But surely, if someone casted a suggestion, he would have heard the command. Yes.
He looks
But you
towards
can
the Vice
remember
Admiral
talking
and
to
says,
somebody.
As I told the Vice Admiral, my theory is that we are dealing with a very high-powered Tabrashian operative, invisible at most times, capable of casting modified memory and suggestion. That is what I believe.
Is there any way to undo modified memory?
Not that I am aware of.
What a scary spell. Actually fucking terrifying, Jesus.
Yeah, it is. It's only a minute of memory, though, if I recall correctly. It's like barely
Well,
anything.
that would. Yeah, his theory is pretty good then. Like
Yeah, I mean, it is a
So
pretty
then
good
every time he meets up with him, he
The Vice Admiral steps
part of the
forward and
memory.
says, I must admit, I did hear the Arcanist theory, but the reason why you're all here is because I'd like to hear a second opinion. If we are dealing with one of the most powerful Archmagus of the Plains, then we have an entirely different concern. But I'm not entirely convinced. I'll just put it that way.
Well, a magical operative with the power of suggestion, invisibility, and modifying memories certainly seems possible. It doesn't seem as likely to target him specifically. I wonder if maybe
Hydromancer
the explanation
shrugs.
could not be a bit simpler, and we should look into this woman. Also,
The Hydromancer will just look towards the Vice Admiral. The Vice Admiral will say, yes, fine, you can go continue your experiments. And Arcanist leaves the room. The Vice Admiral says, alright, so my wife, she has written up a description of this woman. I'll distribute it amongst my officers. Is there anything else I can do to assist you in this?
yes, could you get us passage to Gala Island? And the woman said she was from there. Maybe we can find out more about her.
You'll have to wait several weeks for that. We very rarely go to Gala Isle. We just send supply shipments. But you can join the next one.
Didn't that guy say he was with other guards whenever she was first approached? We can always go try to find out who those people were, question them.
And for
Maybe
now,
their memory isn't so tampered with.
Yes. And for now, I would recommend that the man should be, hopefully, released, but placed under supervision, in case there's still magic affecting him.
I think we'll wait on that.
If that is not
I'm
feasible,
opposed to the
then
idea, but
yes.
I mean, Severus, you gotta remember, he knew this was happening and kept that information to himself.
Yes,
That's
I
my
would also
concern as
recommend
well.
him being demoted and punished for
Seven
not
men died.
immediately
If-
giving himself up.
if you do not find some extraordinary magical influence, he is going to be court-martialed. 7 men
Yes.
died
Is there,
because of his actions.
Any reason to use him as bait if the person may come back and try to control him again?
That's why I wanted to have him free. Yes.
Alright. I'm alright with that. I'll send out the order for temporary amnesty. And as you guys are chatting, there is a sort of knock at the door. Soldier enters, whispers to the vice. Everyone says, "Oh, that was remarkably fast. Professor Stephanius. He's a professor of history here in Redinium. You called for him earlier? Apparently he was already in the keep speaking with the Consul Superioris. Do you want to meet with him now or after you've investigated further?"
Now is fine. We've got some questions.
And he waves at the guard, and the guard opens up the door, and in comes in a professor. He is dressed well, but not at all in the way that a Mithdosian professor should dress. You know, Mithdosian professors dress in togas, and they have this air of, like, superiority around them, and this guy is kind of schlubby looking. He, you know, to reference for Yogi, he looks kind of like Yannick. You know, he's in kind of fancy clothes, but not, they were fancy a couple years ago, not really anymore. He has a little feather cap, but it's, like, barely fitting. It's a bit too big. Everything about him is a bit schlubby looking. And he comes in, gives, just character
In our other campaign.
He gives a deep bow to the Vice Admiral. The Vice Admiral gives him a smile and walks over to the edge of the room to talk to his wife. Like, basically give you guys some space with the professor. The professor gives a bow to the three of you. I'm afraid we haven't been introduced.
Yes, we are, judges. I'm Judge Zednius, and I'll extend my hand.
Yeah, he'll shake your hand. Like, he does the double grasp thing, you know. His right hand and his left hand grasp around your one, shaking it up and down furiously. Oh, pleasure to meet you, Judge. I've only met one of your type before.
I'll introduce myself.
Yeah, he
Severus
shakes your hand as
Octavius,
well.
Aulus Ignis.
And as he shakes
Igneous,
Laura's
not
hand,
Ignis,
he'll
sorry.
say, "Oh my, you're all Mithdosians."
Yes.
All right. Well, anyways, why was I called here?
As part of an ongoing investigation, there was a person that maybe you could shed some insight on. She claimed to be from the Gala Island, and I'll describe her, the symbol especially, and then also Raven Tyrant 673, if you know what that means.
Yeah, when you say that, he'll grab the. Oh, you don't have the coin, but yeah, when you say that, his eyes will
Give
wide
it to us,
wide.
yeah.
It's like, yes, I know that quite. Of course, I know the story.
The Archmagus gave the coin to us, right?
You
So we
have the
should
coin.
it.
You didn't show it to him. You just said.
Oh, I didn't show it to him.
For you. He'll say,
Okay.
yes, of course, I know the story of the Raven Tyrant, and I know the eye as well.
Could you tell us more about it, please?
I guess I'm a little bit confused, though. This feels... You're not pranking me, are you? I mean...
Of course not.
Well,
This is a
just
very
accept
serious
as well
matter.
saying we're judges. We don't have time for that kind of
I'm
stuff.
sorry. I'm sorry. I should have... I apologize.
I'll produce the coin.
Yeah, he grabs the coin and looks in. You know, just his mouth sort of opens, almost like a fish, you know, opening and closing several times without saying anything. This is an 1100-year-old coin. Everything you're talking about is from 1100 years ago. That's why I asked. I mean, there's been no Raven Tyrant in a millennia. None of his worshippers either. And everything you're describing, they're trinkets of him. This coin was printed in the 673rd year of, what would that be? That would be the old Protonic calendar, which would be equivalent to roughly 100 years after the Shattering, when King Giles was first reconquering these islands and uniting them underneath the Jade Lady, the first Protonic kingdom. And what you're describing about the bleeding eye, that was, rather infamously, the symbol of the Raven Tyrant when he battled against King Giles the Uniter.
Who
Does that mean we
was
have
the
some
Raven
sort of new
Tyrant?
cult that sprung up around this?
I suppose it's feasible.
There's not any Baywood on Gala Island, is there?
No, nowhere in Breton. We once had some on this main island, but that was cut down. The last tree was cut down about 300 years ago.
You said so the Raven Tyrant 1,100 years ago.
Oh yes.
Who was he?
The records are very sparse. It's mostly just oral history. Some of my colleagues and I have worked to collect stories from all across Breton, but the destruction of the Jade Lady Worshippers posed a bit of a problem in collecting those stories. But from what we can gather, just after the Shattering, well, before the Shattering, there was no Breton. We weren't an island, you see. We were a part of the mainland. But afterward, we'd been spun off onto our own, and tons of different disparate cultures showed up. I have a colleague who's an anthropologist, and he calls this isolated development. When we are separated from the outside world, we have to develop unique cultures and societies. And so there were dozens of languages, religions, cultures, all of which appeared throughout that time period, and warlords as well. I know one called the Crab King, also from Gala Isle. Then there was the Raven Tyrant, many others. All of them, we don't know their real names, we just know their titles. And King Giles the Uniter, he defeated all of them. The Raven Tyrant isn't particularly noteworthy. He's just another in a long line of warlords, which King Giles defeated to unite Breton.
Were there any myths that would link him to extraordinary powers, potentially even linked to fate?
He was a sorcerer king. That was rather notable. There's some ancient text about him. Oh, he was commonly associated with ravens and crows. Obviously, you know the name.
We noticed a lot of ravens on the way in, yeah?
Yeah.
And that, is it a higher density than when I lived here?
I mean, Breton has always had a large amount of birds because in the Hellion Pantheon, they're held as somewhat, like...
So it's kind of like chicken and the egg, right? So it's like, did the Raven King bring a bunch of ravens, or is he called that because there's a lot of ravens?
Yeah, exactly. And Gala Isle probably even has more ravens than Breton made, like the main island.
Okay.
Yeah, he shrugs and says, he was a sorcerer king. And I remember that, there was some... Off the top of my head, the only thing I recall is that he was known to cast magics, but I don't think there was any specifics given in the story about him. You have to remember that 100 years after the Shattering, magic was a mighty thing indeed. I mean, even random warlords, who nowadays would be incredibly powerful. I suppose we can put it that way. King Giles has stories of parting the ocean to walk over to Scotia Island. He had a sword so bright it would blind entire armies. In those days after the Shattering, magic was a mighty thing indeed, so even this 2-bit Sorcerer King Warlord, I mean, he could be a mighty threat if he returned today, though, as I said, unless some new cult, like your friend here speculated, unless some new cult has appeared, I can't imagine how this is relevant.
Raven Tyrant. Is it known how he died or where he resided? Where he was buried?
I know he resided on Gala Isle, of course, but regarding the specifics of any of it, I don't know. It was a long time ago, and all we really have is oral traditions.
What kind of, do we know what kind of specialties his army had? Like weaponry, or...
The only real records we have preserved are those of the Protonic conquerors. So we have the story of King Giles defeating him, but it was a one-sided duel, and King Giles was impossible to defeat. I could go look through the Symposium archives to see if there's more, but we have no primary sources from that period. I'd just be asking my colleagues if they'd heard other stories.
I mean, it's sort of the only lead we have, so...
Alright. And it just sort of flips over the coin and inspects it a little bit. I'm surprised it's in such good shape after so long. Must have been preserved somewhere. 1100 years. He just sort of chuckles to himself and walks out of the room.
Thank you.
Yeah,
I'll say
gives
them.
he'll give a bow and exit. Vice Admiral will hand off he'll walk across the room and hand a note to one of his guards. Seems to be a written description of the woman to be distributed to his officers. He'll look at the three of you. Well, it sounded fortuitous. I'll be honest, I didn't understand. I didn't understand some of it, but that's all right. Where are you headed now?
Well, honestly, it seems rather pressing to go to the Gala Islands. Are you sure there's nothing, maybe something less official we could go there?
It's a several-day-long journey, and it's quite a large island.
Is it? Sorry, but on the world map, where's Gala Island?
It's to the northwest of Breton. It's about
Okay, it's this one then.
20 by 10 miles, 200 square miles. About the same size as the Isle of Man in real life. Like the 2-day journey.
Where was the last Feywood located on this island?
On this island, it was located. What's that? Right.
The last Feywood?
The red dot.
There. Okay. And what is this ruins?
That is the ruins of a city called Kentshire.
Okay.
I guess since you're from the island, you would know. Basically, Breton was its own kingdom for a very long time. It was actually the biggest empire in the world for several centuries. And then the Reginian Republic conquered it, and then later, the Mithdosian Empire, which came from the Republic, conquered the island as well. And when the Mithdosian Empire came, they killed a lot of people. They basically killed about 40% of the population, burned down almost every major city they came across, and essentially genocided the population of the island. And Kentshire was the former capital of Breton for like 700 years.
Okay. And Breton just had its own pantheon. It wasn't like this raven thing.
Breton worshipped the Jade Lady.
Okay. Yeah, I don't know what else. It feels like we're stuck on this. I don't know any other leads besides maybe someone casted the Archmagus' theory of suggestion with alter memory.
Says, well, I'll be honest. Since I can't get you a boat to Gala Isle, what about that tavern? The one where he said he met this woman, or perhaps the symposium, or those colleagues of his. I would hate for you to just sit around waiting for that transport ship to show up.
Yes,
and there are some other tasks you could help me with if you feel you've truly gotten stuck.
I think we should investigate the tavern for now.
The tavern and his associates.
Yes, his associates. Good idea.
I'll speak with the captain of the supply ship. I'll see if I can't push up his leaving.
Would be very grateful.
All right. So, which first? Colleagues or tavern?
Yogi, you decide if I'm doing so much talking.
Okay, I think that the colleagues is probably a little better because they saw her, right?
They did, yeah.
Okay.
How are you gonna find these colleagues? I mean, you know they existed, but
Probably go back to him and ask him real quick.
yeah, easy enough. Yeah, you guys can head down to the basement and ask him straight up, and he will tell you the names of several other petty officers that joined him, and we can sort of skip over the next hour of speaking with the Vice Admiral, gathering them all into a room, and we can skip forward to the three of you guys, Gore, Tegal, sitting across the table from three petty officers of the Mithdosian Navy. They are looking nervous. They're all about the same age as the first man. They're all Bretonic natives, and they are remaining quiet as from them.
Are we? So we have our weapons back.
Yes.
Okay. I'll describe the woman and ask if they've seen her.
They look to one another, and One of them just sort of speaks up and says, "Yes, of course. We drink."
Have you seen her? Still?
Yes.
At the tavern.
The Frothing Clam. Yes.
Is there anything? Is just anything off about her? Is she normal?
No, she's good feminine company.
You didn't
Well,
think
maybe
anything
last
was off
year.
about the that strange amulet she had?
Everyone has their faith. Nothing to be concerned about.
Have you seen her any other time afterwards?
There's sort of a long pause. No.
Oh, I'll
So
insert
just in the bar. You never brought her back to your place? You said she's good company.
You're asking those questions, Ednius, and Severus. There's something. It's weird. Like the guy who's talking, all three of them sort of have come, and they all have this sort of neutral, like placid expression. And this guy in particular, that when he's talking, he's very monotone, very just consistent, calm. It's just strange. You would think if you were in this situation, you'd be kind of nervous. Like you'd be freaking the fuck out. This guy just, these are three judges. They can kill you basically at a whim. He just says very monotone. And as you ask that question, Zenius, he says, "Yes, I've slept with her, but it was within the bar's upper levels. They have rooms up there for things like that."
Did you ever see her afterwards?
And only one man is speaking. Just this one man.
Uh-huh.
I'm gonna flash eyes.
Yeah, there is an enchantment spell on him and the other two men.
Okay.
Actually, wait a minute. It is enchantment, but let me think. Let me think how to describe this. It is not a spell, to be clear. It's a magical effect. I'm trying to think how you would tell the difference.
Yeah.
I think the way you can tell it is when it's a spell, there's like a language to a spell, like arcane text, for example. This one, there's this aura of enchantment hanging around them, and there's a tether from their bodies, like leading out of the room.
I'm going to. Yeah. Did she ever give you a coin?
The men pause, and the one speaking thinks for a few moments. He's clearly like, now that you're kind of clued onto his mannerisms, he's clearly thinking about what answer you will want to hear. And he says, "Yes."
Mm-hmm. I see. And every act of sabotage has only been from this one guy, or have there been other acts that have been
Well, those are the acts that they caught and they know are sabotage, but you didn't ask about what accidents have been going on in the harbor.
Okay. Which direction is this tether going?
It's out of the room. Like you're inside of like an office room essentially, and it's out of the room.
So it doesn't go like northeast, east, or west, or anything.
It just goes up. It just goes through the door.
Oh.
Oh wait, fuck! I don't even know that they're enchanted.
I think that. I think
this is an out of character thing, but it doesn't look like the stuff that we've seen from Laia, does it?
It looks actually kind of similar, honestly. Like unironically, it's pretty similar looking.
Okay.
It's got to be connected to this coin business, I think. If they're tethered to this woman, and they just said that hags tether stuff, do hags alter their appearance?
Yeah.
Okay.
Sure.
To be clear, though, hags use the coins to spy on the people like tethered to them. They don't use the coins to tether people. Like they don't use the coins to enchant people. They use the coins so that they can spy on like their soldiers or like their.
And there's no tether coming from my coin, or it's just is it coming from their their head? Is there like an aura around them, and then like a slithery rope coming off of that aura? Okay.
Yeah.
Who's Laia?
It's
Stoda's other character. It's Stoda's other character.
Skit's hot woman.
What?
That's his character.
She's still bald. How much hair has she grown in like the 2 weeks?
She's
that
probably
you've
grown most of
actually...
her hair back. Or she probably got at least down to her shoulders.
2 weeks?
It's not even been like half a year in that campaign. There's no way it's to her shoulders.
True.
Oh, but on Christ,
Oh, God.
hair does not grow that fast.
Anyways, it doesn't
My
matter.
hair does.
Based.
Okay. Are we able to meet with her? She sounds very charming.
I don't think she'd want to meet with you. You're not quite
Right.
her speed.
I'll
See.
lean over to Lars, and I'll whisper to him, and I'll say, "Think you could apply some pressure to these guys?
I didn't hear what you said. Say it again.
You think you could apply some pressure to these guys?"
I mean,
I'm asking you to
Yes.
threaten them.
it's not really a problem, but is that gonna give us the outcome we want, or is this something that's gonna fuck them up with whatever
Oh,
magics they're dealing with?
Hiding something, that's for sure. Wait, did in character does that tell us that they
Nope.
had like this tether? Okay, yeah.
Now, I don't know if Hegal has a detect magic. It seems like he's got some sort of sense for it. Would
Yeah.
he be able to like follow the trail at all?
No, that is like
Okay.
exclusively a detect magic thing.
That would have been a
Okay.
great idea.
That would have been a great idea.
Are we talking to this guy alone, or does he have other people there?
Nope,
There's
there's
three
three of them,
men,
3 petty officers across the table, and then 3 of you.
Yeah, and 2 are not speaking. Only 1 is speaking.
I'm gonna try to like put my shoulder or my arm around his shoulder and be like, "Yeah, hey man, how about we go and like buy you some drinks or something and talk a little bit further?"
You are judges of the Empire. I'm not your friend. You are investigating me.
Yeah, so you'd take it better to come with us.
He looks towards the other 2 petty officers.
Moving my hand on my dagger in case there's any funny business.
Then, since you still have detect magic cast, Zednius, you hear an audible snap, and you watch as all 3 tethers break, and in a span of about 3 or 4 seconds, and probably 6 seconds, the aura goes from an obvious active enchantment aura to very similar to the one that you saw on the other guy, where it's like it's just this vague aura of once a magic being cast there. And the 3 men blink, and the one that you have your arm around thinks for a moment, and he says, yes, yes, of course I'll come with you.
The effect broke.
The 3 men look at one another.
Lars will kind of just look at Zedny and be like, "So, do we still need this guy then?"
Well, he might be more compliant now. You've said you've met with the woman many times. Is it only, and it's only at the tavern, or you're, at the tavern? Is that the only place she ever is?
He seems to get his bearings from and says, yeah, I've only ever met Josetta in the tavern.
If she was controlling them, she's gonna know that we're looking for her now.
Yeah.
Fuck.
So we gotta hurry.
All right, let's...
Is Byron okay?
He's alive.
Yeah, he's fine. He's just in custody right now.
Oh, all right. And one of the other men speaks up and says, do you think Josetta has something to do with it?
We don't know, but we're investigating every lead that we have so far.
We met with her yesterday. She's probably still there.
Can you take us to her where?
It's just in the Frothing Clam. But sure, I
Yeah.
can take you there. The petty officer stands
let's.
up.
Yeah, we're gonna like double time this and get over there as fast as possible.
yeah.
So if she
Gets the
broke
dust
that
off his
tether.
pants. The other 2 will remain, but the one who offered to guide you, that petty officer, will lead you guys out of the governor's palace. You begin to move through the city streets of Red Dinium. You don't know exactly where the Frothing Clam is, but you basically do, Zednius. Like you
Why
you're
are
long enough to
they
know where these
staying
types
back?
of bars are.
They're just staying in that investigation room by themselves? Or what are they
no, They were
doing?
just going to go back to doing their duties in the palace.
Okay.
It's also the command of the fleet, so
I think that they should probably be in custody.
Yeah.
So as you guys are exiting the room, are you just gonna like point to two guards
One of
outside
us staying
and tell them to be
behind.
detained?
But say detain them for now, but don't treat them like criminals.
Okay,
Yeah.
I mean, you guys are judges, so the two guards outside the interrogation room will come out, and they will go inside and grab the two officers' arms. The man who's guiding you, he's sort of like starts biting his nail as he sees his two colleagues led away to the prison. But
Just precaution.
all right, and he will begin to guide you through the city streets, and you guys move forward, and you're very familiar with these types of establishments. They call them 1 pence stops, where it costs you 1 pence to get a glass of beer. They're horrible. They're like 90% water, 1% beer, or 10% beer. But they're cheap, and plenty of people spend a lot of time here, especially as sailors. And as you head through the docks area of Redinium and get closer to the Frothing Clam, you begin to mesh, some changes to the city with how you remember it, and you basically know exactly where you are. And the petty officer, will lead you guys to the edge of this building. There's like two sort of frosted glass windows that provide view onto the inside. This time of day, as you guys got here in the morning, it's only been a couple hours. It's noon, so there's like one or two very dedicated drinkers inside, and then the bartender. And the petty officer will just sort of, put his weight from foot to foot outside and say, "Normally she's in there. She comes in just after nightfall."
And it's just a room?
Yeah, just a room, just a bar.
All right. I'll ask the bartender what's in that room.
Well, no. He's pointing towards the whole bar, like the whole building.
Oh, the whole bar. She's usually in that bar. Okay.
In the Frothing Clam, yeah, after dark.
I'm gonna
After
cast
nightfall.
invisibility on myself and go in.
Invisibility?
Yeah.
Okay, you duck into a nearby alleyway beside the building so no one on the street sees it, and then you invisibly approach. How are you going to get inside the building if you're invisible?
I'm literally just gonna open the door and walk in.
Okay, let me roll a perception check for the bartender to see if he notices his front door open.
I mean, we're walking in too, right? I don't know what.
He's invisible.
We have no communication.
Yeah, true, you have no
with-
communication. So.
I don't know what he's doing.
He didn't
Yeah,
say
I mean,
anything to us.
you just let Severus do his thing, all right?
It's just
You
right away.
Yeah, you, Lars, and this random petty officer back away from the
I'll
door.
tell them. I wanna check if she's still there. If she doesn't notice me, I can maybe make this quick.
What's like early afternoon, right? Or is
Yeah.
it late afternoon?
No, it's
okay,
early
so I mean, like,
afternoon, it's like noon.
if she arrives at night, she's probably not here yet, and she probably knows that we're looking for her and won't come tonight.
Unless she's already there. Who knows?
Okay, well, you guys
Maybe.
move into an alleyway. It's Severus. You approach and open the front door. The guy does not look up because your passive self higher than his passive perception, or than his active perception check. There's two very dedicated drunks at the front bar. There's the bartender himself. There's a stairwell leading up to a second level. There's a back door leading to basically what do you call it? Like a back room kitchen, the alcohol storage area, and there's two booths located in the bar. But so far, you've only seen the three people.
Yeah, I'll quietly walk around, see if anyone matches the description. Check the booths.
Yeah, the two drunks at the bar are 40-year-old men, and the bartender is a
that makes
50-year-old
sense.
man with a big old paunch belly. But you didn't notice one strange thing. The bartender has glassy eyes, and not like the glassy eyes of someone who's a full-on alcoholic, though. There is a little bit of that. It's more so just someone who is like totally out of it. And he's like sort of absent-mindedly cleaning a glass that is already kind of like totally clean. And you see the eyes moving left to right. Like the bartender's looking around, but it doesn't seem like he's paying attention to what he's looking at.
Are there any clients in the booth?
Yeah, you move over towards the booth and look inside. Nope.
Then you said there was a back room?
Yeah, behind the bar. There's that's where they do kitchen stuff and store kegs and all that stuff.
Can I manage to sneak past the bartender? And
Yeah, roll stealth
since he
check.
seems to be kind of out of it.
Yeah. Okay, it's not an advantage, but with a 12, you still
Yes, it
move
is,
past.
because I have a cloak of
He's got the
elven
cloak.
Whoa, 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 whoa. See, yeah, you move past him behind, stay silent, and you move into the back room. You just quietly open up the door. The drunks don't pay attention. The bartender's back is to you, And back here you find kegs of beer, foodstuffs, things like that, and a bag of grain spilt on the floor, which a raven is pecking at.
Okay. Any like...
Grab the raven.
Wait, you said there's a bag of grain that's spilled over the floor. Does it seem like it's been knocked over by something?
Yeah, you can move over and inspect it. It looks like it was just carelessly knocked over, and then like the front half of it just spilled open.
Okay, I'm just making sure that it's not like, oh, it was knocked over by the secret door that was behind this cupboard.
Yeah, you can. I mean, you can go look in the area where it fell from. It was just on a shelf, and you can like poke against the stones where it was. And,
Right. Then I'll go upstairs.
Okay, you exit from the back room, move back out of the main common area. Another, drunkard comes in from the front door and goes, "Yeah, give me the 2 pence," and sits down at the bar. And the bartender again just like totally mindlessly hands this off, not even looking at the guy. His eyes still probing the room.
While this is going on, can I ask the bar or the guard that we came over here with, if there's a back door of any kind?
Yeah, he'll nod and say,
I think there's a service entrance that they bring in kegs and things like that through.
I'm gonna head over and just kind of guard that door, make sure no one leaves from there.
Yeah.
Okay. And if it's just me and this officer, right?
Yeah, it's just you and this officer. Badger, in this alleyway with him. That thing about the Raven Tyrant and ravens. You look around. There's one on the roof. There's one eating some scraps of trash in the alleyway with you. They're all over here.
Are they magic? The one that's over here?
Yeah, only the one in the alleyway is within 30 feet. And that one's not magical. It's just for...
Okay.
Yeah, he's just trying to make us paranoid.
I'm gonna ask this officer, right?
Yeah.
I'm gonna say, now, we know your friend committed these acts, and he was afraid if he confessed that he'd be court-martialed, or worse. But as a judge, I can offer you a pardon. If you want to admit to anything now, you should do it now before we conclude this investigation. We wouldn't want any more men to die unneeded. Or... yeah.
I'd like to speak to a barrister before I say anything.
That's a...
know what a barrister is.
Lawyer, yeah.
Yeah, okay, I want to talk to my lawyer.
You start selling that only a guilty person would be a barrister.
True, only a guilty person would want a lawyer.
So
True.
true! He doesn't want to look guilty, does he now?
Yeah, true. You move upstairs, Severus. Oh, sorry, do you say anything else after he says he wants a lawyer?
He said he wanted a lawyer. How quick...
By the way, there is no right to a lawyer in the Mythosian Empire. They don't have a Fifth Amendment.
Oh, they don't?
No, they don't. You have no right to a lawyer.
Also above lawyers, so I mean, like...
You're above them, and you can torture confessions out of people when it's admissible in court. So there's no such thing as a Fifth Amendment.
Wait, torture's legal? Holy based.
Yeah, torture's super legal. You guys do it all the time.
Well, I'm going to tell him, a barrister can't protect you, but we can.
I just want to make sure that my story is properly represented.
Very well.
You
We'll
move
look
up
into
the
it.
steps, Severus. You climb. There's only 2 rooms up here, and they're not really like rooms to sleep in. They're rooms to have sex in or do drugs in. And they're more like dens than they are like actual bedrooms. You open up the first one, empty. Open up the second one, and you pause for a moment because inside this room, there's a cupboard, and it looks like someone left here in a very quick hurry. And you can see one of the drawers that's open has maybe 6 or 7 additional iron coins in it.
They leave through, like, is there a window that's like
Nope.
glaringly open?
Nah, there's no window that's glaringly open.
Okay, so they left by foot. Probably enchanted the tavern keeper to keep still. Yeah.
We're gonna cut real quick to Lars. Lars, you're sitting at the back entrance. You're hanging out. And you hear from inside the door, from inside that back room, you hear what sounds like popping. Like Actually, you've heard this before. It sounds exactly like what Renesmee does when she changes forms, you know? Like the stitching, the popping of bones, the reshaping of flesh. It's a horrific sound, and only because you've been around Renesmee so much do you instantly recognize it. And then you see the doorknob begin to turn.
Oh, shit, she was the Raven.
I'm gonna kind of... Did we ever get our weapons back after we left?
Yeah, you did. 100%.
Okay. So I'm gonna kind of just prepare to attack whatever comes out of that door.
Okay.
Just a random dude.
You see so Gore's next to you, and you see a woman step out with dark hair, dark eyes. A woman steps out of the back door. Are you just punching her?
No, does she match the description?
Dark hair and dark eyes matches, but you should. She does
I'm
have
gonna try
scars
to,
too, and an
grab her.
amulet.
Punch her?
Okay, make a strength check. Punch her, squad W.
Destroy her ego.
Destroy her ego. Alright, okay, I'm gonna roll this like this. Yeah, you grab the woman and she says, "What are you doing? Who are you?" And she like sort of like slapping against you.
I'm gonna put my hand over her mouth and tell her, "You'll do well to be quiet and come with me."
Did I hear that?
Yeah, you heard what you were doing.
Okay, I'll run over there as well.
Yeah, so we're gonna roll initiative as you grab her. Yeah. You'll see this all right in a second. And for now, it's probably just gonna be for the
We don't have
first
tokens.
2, 3. I know you don't yet. It'll be un momento. We're gonna reuse the city-state map because it's fine for our purposes.
Cool.
She's got wings.
Yeah, is that all? Is that all you notice about that token?
She's a raven man.
Yeah, something like that. Something like that.
No matter. I could punch her. Does she not start? Does she not start some like grapple?
She grappled. Yeah, she can start grappling.
Okay.
Oh, is she a... Fuck, what are they called?
Well, it says in
Kenku?
chat, it's a were raven.
Definitely not a
No,
Kenku.
not a Kenku. No. I mean, in Curse of Strahd, there's this kind of people that are...
Yeah,
like...
Josepha will act first. She is grappled right now, and she is going to look towards you, and she's going to cast...
Did she transform?
Yeah. Oh yeah. Sorry. Bonus action. First thing she does.
Okay.
Her body. Sorry. Yeah. That was. Yeah. Totally. Yeah. So you grab this woman, and then her. First of all, your chest is pushed backwards, like inward, as 2 wings sprout out, slapping you with feathers. A tail pops out, and she grows like 2 feet in height as she becomes this abomination. You know, raven mixed with human, very jacked, no like female features visible at all, and she casts enthralling, which I think just succeeded.
You can't remove the boobs from the Raven lady, no!
Am I?
You are about 3 rounds away. Now, you did hear her shout.
I can break out of this, don't worry about it.
Yeah, you did hear her shout. Okay, so you are charmed. What does it do exactly? On failed save, checks made to perceive. Wait. On failed save, target has a disadvantage on perception checks to perceive any other creature other than you. And target... Oh, fuck, this didn't do what I thought it did. 1 second.
Okay, I was about to confuse her. So I was like, she wants me to fight her?
I cast the wrong spell. Yeah, she's gonna cast Dimension Door. Sorry. I thought that was a totally different spell. And she's gonna teleport 300 feet into the air.
What?
Yeah, that's just what Dimension Door does. And so she disappears out of your arm and immediately pops 300 feet into the air, her wings like unfurling to their full size. Lars.
Wow, that's really crazy. I guess I passed my turn because I literally can't do anything.
Okay. Yeah. On her
I guess
turn,
I'll use my
Zendius.
rage shit. But
Yeah, as you turn the corner, Zendius, you see a woman. Not a woman. Sorry, just a giant fuck off humanoid raven hybrid flying away at 90 feet. 180 feet per round.
Okay. Okay. Which is she flying? Which direction is she flying?
Northwest.
So she's flying back to Gala Island, probably. I'm going to tail her as best I can.
Okay,
I mean,
so what is your flying speed?
What's my regular speed? So it's only going to be 60. So she's going to move 3 times the speed as me. But I'm mostly just trying to keep her in eyesight.
Okay, so Severus, you hear a shout from the backyard of the bar. What's your reaction to that? What do you do?
Well, I sprint down, of course.
Okay, so as you merge out into the backyard, you now are standing next to Lars, looking up into the sky, and you hear people like shouting, like, "Do you see that?" As Zednius is flying in the air, pursuing after this humanoid raven thing.
And
flying
she's
to the northwest.
300. I'm just checking all my spells to see if there's anything that has
300
that
feet in
range.
the air, so she has a 300-foot lead on you, and then she's also significantly faster.
Well, I'm just checking if I have anything within range to hit her. I don't think so. It's all 60 or 120. But okay, so I'm just tailing as best I can, but she's getting away from me.
Yep, you're doing your absolute best to keep up, but slowly over the course of this city. Now you do get a good gaze on this creature. Its wing beats are powerful. It moves quickly. There is a dexterity to it. There's a litheness to it, and it'll begin to climb higher and higher. And even if there was people on the ground with like bows and stuff to shoot this, and they'd be out of range. This thing's flying much too high. There is no indication that it's female, even remotely. Only the fact that you heard Lars shout does this connect you at all to the woman that you're pursuing. And it will lift up higher and higher, and then it will disappear into the gray canopy above Graton. So, about 1,000 feet below you, Zednius, Severus and Lars are just in the backyard of a...
If I get through these clouds, can I see her again, or is she just gone?
You can try, but do you continue to fly higher, pushing up?
I'm going until like something tells me I have to give up. I'm going to continue to pursue.
Okay,
as best I can.
Push up through the gray canopy to the white clouds above. Sun shines down.
Wait, how long can you fly per day?
4 hours.
Okay, just making sure. It's like 10 minutes, and then I die.
You don't see her.
Okay. Hehegal's on the ground. I'm going to speak through his voice and say she got away.
Okay. You guys, as you guys are in the backyard, looking up towards the sky, the little speck of Zednius disappearing into the clouds, you hear his voice come from, thin air.
And I say, she got away. And then I'll slowly, I'm not going to double time it this time, but I'm going to make my way back.
Yeah, by the time Zednius starts to descend to the earth, and Severus and a small crowd is forming out the back of this bar, in this alleyway of people holy shit, it's a fucking flying man. Do you just let the crowd form, Severus and Lars?
I'll pull up my badge and say, nothing to see here. Move on.
I'm a judge. Do not be interested. This is not interesting.
We'll just get them to disperse, basically.
Yeah, Lars, you just start pushing them. I mean, simple as. Yeah, you push them out of the alleyway, and Zednius, you land in the back alley of the bar. Well.
Disappointing.
Yeah.
So wait, whenever I heard that noise inside, she was coming out of that form? That's why I'm confused. But why did I hear the popping
noises? She was transforming from a raven back into a human being.
So
I'm going to assume that back door leads to the back room I was in, where there was the raven sitting on the corner. That was her, right?
Yeah, correct.
Yeah. Fuck, if only I grabbed that fucking bitch out of raven.
Dota was memeing, but he was right. He's always right. Dota never been wrong.
I wasn't expecting her to be able to instantly transform and teleport 300 feet in the air and then fly away. So
this action
I didn't know it was going to be 3 rounds away, or I would have counterspelled her. Unfortunate.
Yeah, that would have worked against the dimensional face.
Well, that's realms of magic that I'm never dealt with before.
I don't know much about it either. Giant raven person?
The distance she teleported is not something I've ever seen before.
Oh. I've recently learned how to do that, but yes, it's quite impressive.
Well, I don't think there's anywhere we can really track her unless we think that she's going back to that island.
That's the direction she was headed. But something tells me she's not going to go all the way back.
Do you think we could set up some sort of perimeter on that, in that direction when she comes back? I guess if she was able to disguise herself as something else,
we should speak with that historian again. Maybe He seemed to know a lot about the Raven Tyrant. Maybe he would know what the hell it was we just saw.
Sure. It's a start at least.
And we should. I found our room. We should go through that. She had to leave in a hurry.
Yes, let's.
Yeah, you guys head to the front entrance, and this time there's no attempt at stealth. The three drunks just sort of glance up as the three of you enter, but the bartender seems a bit confused, honestly. He's like scrubbing his head a little bit, like patting his forehead, and he says,
Oh, what sort of drinks do you all want?
By the way, I'm still invisible.
"They're still Zednius and Lars." But yeah, I understand.
Ignoring him and just walking straight to the room he talked about.
Hey, what are you doing? You gotta go up there.
I'll flash my badge to him as we're going up.
He looks at the Cairo.
And judges, we have no reason to be here.
He shrinks away, and you guys climb the steps, falling behind an invisible Severus. And sure enough, I mean, as he said, this woman very clearly left in a hurry. This room has been, like, all the drawers are open. There's 2 or 3 drawers. It's not so much of a sleeping room, more it's just a hangout room. There's Artemis on the floor, there's Fire Moss, there's Health Flake, all sorts of different types of drugs. There are several, like, closets that she seemed to have been using as her own personal ones, and in one of these drawers there is 7 iron coins. Other than that, there's clothes and
Anything magic?
anything magic. No.
Okay.
I wanna like search. I guess I become visible again, and I'll search the room. Just checking for any kind of like secret compartments, like loose wooden planks that like hiding secret stashes under, that kind of stuff.
Yeah, sure. Roll me a investigation check. Zednius and Lars, what are you up to?
I'm probably just
Are
guarding
all
the doors.
coins? What is the most recent date on these iron coins?
The most recent date? Fuck. Like,
Because they were all like 670 something. I just want to know, are they
Yeah,
all from
it's
this
like-
ancient time?
yeah,
Or...
oh yeah. They're all from ancient times. The closest one's gonna be like
One is from literally yesterday.
676 was the year. Yeah, 676 is gonna be the year. The last
673.
latest one.
73 was the one that he had. 676 is the latest. Okay.
Yeah, and the earliest is from like 634
Okay.
in that range. Yeah, in your search for a hidden compartment, Severus, you do yield one. Inside, you find more traditional currencies, like actual, Mithdosian currency that you can spend in marketplaces. You find 5 silver, 3 electrum, 1 gold. Not a lot, but something.
Silver, 3 electrum,
1 gold.
1 gold. Anything else?
Nope. That's
Was
it.
there a secret double compartment in the secret double compartment?
Yeah, roll me an investigation check as you search the secret compartment for a secret double compartment.
No. Nobody expects the second, right?
No, they never do. That is true. No, there's not a secret double compartment.
Ah. Any magic in here, Zed?
No, nothing. Unless it's hidden away in some lead, I guess, but I would expect that to have been in the secret compartment.
What about the ultra duper secret double compartment?
What
I
about
checked
the-
it already.
What about the lead flute case inside her mattress?
True.
Yeah, true. Let's check our mattress.
Oh,
There's no mattresses, unfortunately, because it's not a bedroom.
Oh yeah,
no,
right.
it's not.
There's like
Wait, I thought
pillows.
This was her
no
boning
beds.
room.
Yeah.
Yeah, I was gonna say, how are you fucking a room without a bed? What the fuck?
Yeah, there's pillows and blankets and shit.
Oh, unlucky.
Lucky.
Not
Wait,
even
why is
boning
she-
on a good mattress.
Why is she fucking these people if she can just control them?
Good question.
Well, who knows if
She
she's
likes
actually
it.
Also, who knows if she's actually fucking?
Also true. Yeah. True. If you have modified memory, oh yeah, we had a lot of sex. It was so good. And then just modified memory. Based.
Yeah. In
And
reality, she's just like fucking cock and ball torture them.
where things, right? They can only be human form and raven, and in beast form.
You have never
do they?
encountered any
Yeah,
lycanthropes
you're right.
Yeah,
in your
were
entire
Raven,
career.
right? That's what they're called.
Yeah, you've never encountered any lycanthropes in your career. In fact, you've only heard of one sighting of a lycanthrope in your entire life, and it was on a different continent. Lycanthropes are giga rare in Valorous. These are like not things that almost ever appear, and when they do, they are horrifically hard to kill.
And they're real evil usually.
Well, so there's only one story you've ever heard about a lycanthrope, which is there's an order of blood hunters that are from Bertalia, which is the northwesternmost continent of Valorous. It's about as far away as you can possibly get from Mithdosica. And up there, you heard a story of a single werewolf killing an entire company of men, which is about 200 to 300 soldiers.
Holy! Why didn't she
Holy
try and
shit,
fight us?
that
What
must
the
have
fuck?
been made
She
up.
could've just-
It
when
could
I was
just be made up. I mean, it was a
she
continent
could have
away.
turned around and just ate me. If they're that powerful.
Damn.
That could have been Zed's death right there.
I'm gonna say, you know.
But yeah,
So
lycanthropes
based
are
off
my
of,
lycanthrope killing 200
Based
people.
off
I made it
Severus's
fuck up.
account and our account tied together, though, we know that she can turn into not only a smaller raven, but whatever that beast was.
You can tell she turned into a smaller raven.
Yep.
From Severus's account.
Because she came from the room I was in just before, and just before everyone I was in there was a raven sitting on the corner.
Oh.
And I searched the room for like a stupid like a hidden door, but I didn't think of. Oh, it's for
Well,
raven, of
Well, it's funny
course.
because
I'm
Dota
just-
literally said it, like, as a meme.
Yeah.
He's a
I
prophet.
was like, yeah, no
To
shot, bro.
start indiscriminately killing ravens.
True. They only call it that holy by the pantheon.
Speaking of which, you gotta look around the alleyway. There are 4 ravens,
cut
2 on the alleyway floor, 2 on nearby rooftops.
Is our soldier still here, officer?
Yeah, the officer.
can't-
He's
Okay.
If
Wait,
all
no,
these
actually,
are
wait,
those
you ran
fucking
and
beings,
flew
that'd be
away.
insane. There'd be like a secret society of these things.
He could have disappeared if he wanted to. That's why I'm asking.
no, he probably wouldn't. He's like a loyal petty officer. Yeah, he's just like sitting in the alleyway listening to all this.
He ran into his lawyer, honestly. He
No, he
found,
did not.
he found Saul Goodman.
No, he's safe. He's not gonna run away. But yeah, there are ravens in this alleyway. Wonka W.
Start stabbing them.
Do you actually? I don't know. I mean, you could.
But what if we just start?
It would be the fact that
capturing
the
all the
lycanthropes
ravens?
are already so rare. If all of these things were lycanthropes, that would be insane.
It
Like
would
a
just
secret
kill
society
the
of them
city.
living for
Yeah, that would be
thousands of
unhinged.
years.
Yeah,
I mean, there's
but imagine how
millions
cool
of
that
crows
would
on
be.
Kraton Island, so.
That'd
There
be
you
so
go.
cool, though.
I mean, do you
Well-
want to go kill the nearest crow? Do you want to test it?
No.
Okay.
Kinda.
Zenius, just Eldritch Blast it. Just do it.
However,
The judge start picking up and snapping
fuck, if
some
only
crow's
we ran
necks.
as May so she could
Well,
just talk
yeah,
to
be a
them.
judge put out a fucking bounty.
True. Hecko, that's
2
actually very
silver
true.
per raven head.
If you had Peach, you could have figured out like instantly that this is not a real raven because she wouldn't be able to speak to it.
Fuck. No, Peach, no.
No.
Why do you have to be dying? No.
Okay, so
Damn.
fuck.
You guys changed. Didn't even kill a single raven. I miss the
Yes.
old judges.
I was so close to on that ship when the Raven was asking me for scraps. She's going like, yeah, and I stabbed her with my dagger.
Do you think that could have been her? You know, who knows?
Yeah, who knows?
It seemed pretty smart for a raven.
Well, I feel like
Nah, Ravens
into that
always mimic
form
random
is
shit.
going to be real significant. Like, she's probably not going to be back for a long time, I would think. Because how... I don't know. I feel like doing that is like a desperation move. Her turning into that form and flying away in broad
Yeah, true,
daylight.
because she revealed like her whole identity, I guess.
Yeah. Not great. Not good.
And if she has any relatives that are also that thing, like those were Ravens, I guess. Could be like a whole cult of them.
Yeah, probably. We don't know anything about them, though. We got to talk to that historian guy. He might...
There's no shot he knows anything about this. He said the only story he knew was about like a random werewolf killing 200 men in the continent.
That's
right?
what Zednius knows.
We
about
know.
werewolves.
That's what I know. I'm talking about the historian who knows all about Gala Island. He'll probably think it was like all made up stuff, but we should ask him.
If it takes, what did you say, half a day or a full day to get to that island? How long did he say by boat?
Takes 2
2
days.
days.
But she was
Oh, okay.
flying at like 180
feet per
feet
second.
per 6 seconds.
Yeah.
6 seconds.
So, I mean, we can do
Yeah,
some
but
math on
she
this.
must have
It's
time.
180 divided by 6, 30 feet per second, 2 miles per hour. That was, I think it's like 20 miles an hour, something like that. Feet per,
It was
it's
meters
about,
a
it's
second,
20,
I
yeah,
could tell you.
20.45 miles per hour. So she would be there in, like, very fast.
In like 5 minutes.
And she's also going as the crows fly. She doesn't have to stick on the
Or like
coast.
a few hours.
I think it'd
Well,
be
20
depending
miles
on
an
the
hour, it
coast.
would be a few hours, right?
Yeah, I think it'd be 2
Because it was
hours.
100 miles away.
Well, that's by boat, not by, like, as the crow
Yeah.
flies.
Oh.
I think
As-
straight like
Let's see.
airline
I'm
is like
betting it right
60.
now. It's 60 miles, so yeah, she'd be there in 3 hours.
If that's where she's going.
If that's where she's going.
But even if she's not, we wouldn't be able to tell anyway, because if she really can transform into a crow or a raven, she could be literally anywhere.
Yep, she could be in this alleyway right now watching you.
You
I
really
don't
want
touch
us to
raven.
kill a fucking raven.
I just think it's funny. I don't know what to tell you. I'm paranoid's based.
I'm kind of curious. I'll have Gore like chase after some of them.
Yeah, Gore is an adept hunter. He won't be able to catch the first one, but he'll be able to catch the second one and snap its neck and his jaws and bring it back to you and place it on the ground in front of you. Lay down.
You did it, Hakon. There you go. And you killed the raven. Are you happy now?
You did kill a raven. It is a normal crow.
Okay. I'll let it. I'll like
Crow.
whistle
Is
that
it
he's
clear
allowed to eat it.
distinction between
if he
crows
wants.
and
Alright, then
ravens?
he will begin
You
to
think we're
devour
stupid?
the crow.
I'm gonna get this officer and let's return to where we were.
To the governor's palace.
The governor's palace.
Okay. You
Did we
make your
not
way
talk
back
with
through
a
the city.
tavern keeper who was clearly enchanted or anything? Who maybe might have known more about her considering she's been staying here for a while?
Well, if it's anything like the last person, the exact same effects that we've seen so far, they're not gonna be able to tell us anything.
Yeah, maybe he will.
So
Maybe
I
we
don't
should
know
just ask.
anything about that. You're the only one that knows the bartender was like weird.
Oh yeah, in that case I'll say the bartender was getting in of some magic. I'd like to talk to him real quick.
All right.
He might
Okay,
know something.
you make your way back into the bar. Most of the like regulars had cleared out to watch you guys, watch Sednius sing from the sky, but now they're back in here because you shooed them away. And the bartender, he seems to be feeling a bit better. He's leaning against the bar and he looks at the three of you as you enter, sort of crosses his arm. He's clearly not happy about when you stormed upstairs.
Regained your senses?
I don't know what you're talking about.
Oh, when I walked in earlier, you seemed a bit out of it. I assumed you were under the influence of her magic.
I was just spacing out, that's all.
What do you know about Josepha?
Josepha? Who's that?
Now don't play stupid with me.
I don't know anyone named Josepha.
The woman staying in the room upstairs.
You mean Margaret?
Sure. Dark hair,
Dark
dark eyes.
weird
Yes, of
necklace.
course, Margaret. She pays for that room. The
How long
master.
she been staying here?
Oh, I don't know, a couple months.
Jeez.
Is that December? What? I don't know when we are.
You guys are in January, so a couple months could be November, could be December, could be, I don't know.
Okay.
Couple
You
months.
must
Early
have said
December is when she started doing this. To at least that one guy.
Yeah.
You keep any records of when she started being here?
I mean,
One second. He sighs and really goes back into the room and grumbling to himself, comes back out with the ledger, begins to flip through the entries.
Empire. November 27th. That's the first day
Oh,
she
yes.
paid for it.
I'm gonna just go on limbo and say prostitution's legal here.
No, it's the Empire. Prostitution is not legal.
Oh, it's not.
Yeah, you guys are like the giga moralists of the world. You want to enforce your social order on everyone.
What do you mean moralist?
Like,
Prostitution is not amoral.
well, for the Almighty Faith, it definitely is. In the Almighty Faith, there is only one union which is holy, which is, the matrimony between man and woman or man and man.
What about wait, but not woman and woman? Wait,
Nah, I mean, it's less endorsed, but they're like, whatever, it's fine. It's not really, not a fan though, generally. The Almighty Religion is giga misogynist and a little bit homophobic. But anyways, no, prostitution is not legal in the Empire. So what about like what the reality is on the ground? That's a different thing entirely.
We're in a harbor town. So, come on, man.
But where were you going with that line of questioning?
I'm just thinking how I can put them.
Okay.
I'll just say, has she been seeing many people?
Oh, yeah. She spends a lot of time with the customers. Well, that's her personal business, none of mine.
With the customers?
I'm gonna detect magic on these regulars, or I guess in this room.
Yeah, you.
If anybody's got the
eyes begin to glow.
tendrils.
The bartender notices it but doesn't say anything.
Yeah, you know, the customers. She spends time with others, you know, other patrons. She's a very sociable gal.
Yeah, sociable is one word for it. Yeah.
Here she even goes to parties near the governor's palace.
Oh. You hear that?
I
It's
didn't
interesting.
actually.
Parties.
She told me.
The governor's
Oh.
palace.
Have you ever, had an interesting conversation with her upstairs?
She's half my age, and I have a wife.
That doesn't answer my question at all.
No.
Many men would be tempted.
He just wrinkles his nose angrily and looks towards the other two judges. Looks towards Zennius and Lars.
I'm just gonna kind of shrug him.
It's a fair question. She's a good-looking woman.
He doesn't say anything.
You mad?
He is mad. Correct.
So what? He said that she had parties at the governor's something?
She attended parties up near the governor's palace.
Parties near the governor's palace.
Yes.
Yeah, and this is like source, she said it, so. You know.
Yeah.
Squad W, Grug W, woman.
No, more like she's a criminal. Could
Oh,
obviously lie.
okay.
He's
No,
a
I can never know where you're
cultist.
going, Heckle. All the things you DM me, it's just, who can say?
Well, lies and slander, you will be hearing from my lawyer.
Yeah, your barrister.
Harkon the Lesser.
Oh, no.
So
right.
we need... Have we got everything out of this guy?
I don't know, have you?
I'll just... Did she ever tell you where she's from?
Of course, Yellow Isle. She's very proud of that place. Brings it up all the time.
Have you ever met any relatives or close friends of hers? People that
No.
she sees multiple...
She doesn't even give her real name to the other people she meets.
Oh, how does he know
Thinks
it's
he knows her real name.
Yeah, I was
Oh
going
my
to say
goodness.
that. He thinks that Margaret is a real name. And she's not called Raven Tyrant 673.
That's her name.
Yeah. Yeah, that is her full name.
Have do you get a lot of people from Gala Isle?
I've never
Or
met
just-
anyone else from there.
Okay.
Frankly, I thought it was some, thing that from the storybooks, not a real place.
Wait, what?
I didn't know that its existence was in contention.
Well, you
This
hear
guy's a
about
real
all these
flat
places in
earther.
fairy tales. You hear about, the Fairy King's Castle. I don't think that's a real place. I didn't think Gala Isle was a real place. Just a thing they tell children to scare them.
Wait, whose party were we invited to? The Bear King? What was it?
And the Bear King, yeah.
Yeah.
If only we
I'm gonna
attended.
go to that party, man.
Surely the party hasn't already happened.
Yeah, of course.
Well,
not.
Feywood is wacky.
Well, actually, yeah, Darkwood. Well, not Darkwood.
Deadwood?
Deadwood, yeah.
He
Who
misspoke.
knows?
All right. I'm going to turn around and leave. I'm not going to thank him for his cooperation.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's fine. You guys
And I'll
head on
tell
your
him
way.
to, I'll tell him, I'd like you to go to the next guard and have them secure the upstairs room. Everything in there is evidence. Whether she said then she is suspect in a crime. And if you hear any news of her again, then contact the governor or any of his guards immediately.
He narrows his eyes and slowly nods. And you guys, wait, did you take all the iron coins from her den?
We should.
Assumed we did.
Okay. Then that means you have 8 of
If
them.
we didn't, I go up there and do it.
Yeah, that means you have 8
I
of
took
them
her
now.
money from the secret stash.
Sure. Okay. Yeah, you guys leave the bar.
So, like, he's still under control of her. Like, at least, like, he could still be. Like, she could turn it back on probably, depending on how it
Oh
works.
yeah, true. Should we just take him in then?
Maybe.
I think we might have to.
As
But
you're
he-
doing this, roll me a... Now, I think you've seen enough now to maybe recognize this.
And you said that I turned my eyes on. Were the people... Nobody was under it still?
Here, so the 3 drunkards, they have no sign of having ever been affected. But
Okay.
the bartender has that, like, you know, the leftover aura.
Got it.
But all 3 of you guys can make just straight up int checks, because there's something that you guys may have heard of in folklore and stories, but it's not like a... More education doesn't help you, it's just like what you happen to have heard in your life. So all 3 of you guys make int checks, maybe one of you guys will recognize it.
I'm not the most...
Isn't it
intelligent
Arcana,
person.
Kopka?
No, it's not Arcana. It's straight up, it's just like, did you happen to hear this at some point in your life? Just sugar luck. Okay, Zednius and Severus, you guys have both heard this, and I think you probably come to the realization at a pretty similar point. After, so you say the line, Zednius, of like, we don't know how exactly her thing works, and then you remember, what's happening here does not sound like magical enchantment of a wizard. Magical enchantment of wizards have very strict rules about how they work. They're pretty limited. You can't just like permanently mindfuck someone and erase their memory. But there is a creature which is actually famous for its ability to do that. They are incredibly rare, but they can, which is vampires. Vampires can giga mindfuck everyone underneath their control. They can make thralls who have no free will and basically are just functionally flesh puppets for vampires. And they have like very strict rules around how it works, but it's totally unrelated to how like spells work with wizards. Not to say that this means that this woman was a vampire, just to say that their magic sounds very similar in function to that. Though obviously vampires are another one of those things where like you've heard one story of them ever existing. They're very rare as well.
Oh no, she's the Baroness.
She's in charge of the Camarilla. Okay.
But it does sound, it does seem increasingly similar to like exactly how vampires shit functions with thralls.
The vampires and lycanthropes. Any relation there, or?
Again, like this is, it's hard to say just because these creatures are so rare, but typically the origin given for vampires in most religions is that they are enemies of whatever god, you know. So for you guys, a vampire comes from someone who was the ultimate enemy of the Almighty and declared war on the Almighty and pledged his soul to all sorts of evil things in the world and then became a vampire.
So how would the Almighty know how to just smited me then?
Because the Almighty doesn't do that.
How did they create thralls? Have we heard that?
Most certainly, yeah, because there's a couple of high-profile cases of vampirism that exist in the world, and they just look at them.
Oh.
Yeah, they
Wow.
make direct eye contact, and over the course of about a week of doing eye contact, the thralldom becomes more and more cemented until ultimately you just become a vampire's thrall.
And
Sounds
she...
pretty similar to another character I played.
Yes, it does. Yes, it does. But the point is that, you know, if you're trying to make it work with how a wizard's, you know, enchantment spells work, it's gonna make no fucking sense. So, Symposium or the Governor's Palace.
How do they break the connection?
You kill the vampire. Or
Okay.
the vampire
In that
voluntarily ends it.
case, we're gonna have to. We should take in this tavern keep just in case.
Yeah, I mean, if he was controlled by
If she
her,
broke the connection, wait. You said the detect magic. You said that you didn't
he
see
has
the
the
bond anymore.
afterglow.
Okay.
He has the same afterglow as the other guy.
So it's
As
likely
the
that she
others,
broke
or
the
not.
connection.
We're not sure if she can just restart that connection at any time.
Yeah. So we don't know if she severed it or it's just inactive then.
Well, we should go give an update and then talk to that historian again. And perhaps even the Archmagus.
Yeah.
We need to create a plan because this is this is pretty severe.
Yeah, it is.
Hot under dogger. Okay, Governor's Palace it is. You guys make your way back up the slopes, exiting the slums, the disgusting slums of the city with their poor people and their gross bars with 1 pence.
Disgusting.
Yeah. You would never be one of them.
Disgusting poor people.
Yeah, and you guys make your way back to the Governor's Palace. You can slowly, I don't think we need to go through the whole thing. Instead, you guys can speak to the Vice Admiral, and you can get yourselves an Archmagus, the Vice Admiral. You can get that petty officer sent to the prison with the rest of his buddies. Is there anyone else you want to be here in a meeting?
I
feel like he said.
Did you already say the historian guy?
Historian guy. Yeah. He
there
needed
maybe like
time
a high
to
ranking
consult his colleagues,
cleric?
but he can come here by early evening. In fact, I think that the Vice Admiral will probably recommend you guys get some dinner, and then after dinner you can have a meeting in his chambers. So you guys will be sort of pawned off onto a handler who will take you to a fine dining restaurant in Rendinium.
So we're clear. Anytime I get the chance, I'm probably gonna start checking people
So you're
just
gonna
for that
have glowing eyes?
afterglow. Yeah, just
Okay.
not
most
not
people-
like for extended times, but like for 6 seconds here and there, my eyes.
Yeah,
will be
most
glowing.
people see your glowing eyes. They look very frightened for a second. Then they see the judge's badge in your chest, and then they try to not look at you. That's like almost everyone you see does that exact process.
Okay.
Like, oh fuck, his eyes are glowing. Oh, he has a judge's badge. Oh, I don't want him to look at me.
Do we
So they
start
look away.
killing... Here's the real question. Do we start indiscriminately killing crows and ravens?
Well, I was thinking we could put up a bounty, and have people turn in crow heads
There are
for.
millions.
But
of
if they
them.
run, so the issue is if we're doing this to weed her out, sure, I guess it gets rid of less crows and stuff. But if someone runs into her, she's probably gonna kill them.
True, instantly. Phased.
So if you're just doing it to weed out the crow populations, that way any crow then becomes a bigger chance of being her, then sure, we can do that. But if anything goes bad when people are hunting that down, does it come back on us?
I think the idea that you're going to kill millions of crows in a reasonable time span is insane. They don't have
Not
guns,
millions,
they
but
only
I
have
mean,
bows and arrows.
It weeds out the population to where every time you see a crow, it makes it more likely that it's her instead of
That
just
is
a normal
true,
crow.
but I'm just thinking of major mass extinction events, for example, the carrier pigeon or buffaloes. These took decades with firearms. I just don't.
But this
think
is just on the
island.
island.
Praton's a
There
big
were that
island.
many
It's
on just
hundreds
the
of thousands of square miles. If you just want to do in the capital city, that's pretty. I mean, that could probably be done in a week. But the whole island, I mean, Jesus.
Well then, how about we
Well,
start
the
with
capital cities where she-
Like, yeah, I mean, if you
Yeah,
that's
it's where,
doable.
it's where
'cause
she's.
there's,
We've seen her so
Good
far.
thing-
So.
yeah, that's
What
doable.
the ravens eat? We could just start poisoning bread. And
They
tossing it out.
rain and bread. I mean, they eat tons of shit. They eat almost anything they can get their hands.
Although poison bread's gonna have homeless people die. So.
Yeah,
but I mean, that's like
that
a
is the
net positive.
darkest image ever. Jesus
rats.
Christ.
That's like a net positive.
Like, okay, well, you guys go to a fancy restaurant
Well, the homeless people die on poisoned bread.
near the governor's palace. You guys go to a fancy restaurant, and you're talking about all this shit in the booth as your officer, probably like a commander in the Navy. He's been assigned to sort of keep shadow you guys, make sure you enjoy your time. Zenius, this is a return to fashion for you. This is food that you ate for a very long time. Food in Mythos is very heavily spiced. They put all crazy amounts of shit in it. They put, saffron for their very fancy dishes. They put salt and pepper in every meal. In Praton, they're a bit more simple,
Right.
English in their tastes. They get meat and bread and egg and potato, and that's it. No spices, no wacky shit. Does Ennius like this food? Does he dislike this food? He ate it for 10 years, so I don't know which. That could either mean he really likes it because it makes him comfy, or it's like, fuck, I had to eat this horrible shit for 10 years.
I think it's just, it's fine. It's not anything super special. It's not disgusting. It's food.
Okay. And for Lars and Severus, this is especially
Certainly
for
not
Lars.
served in my castle place.
Okay. I see. For you, Lars, since you grew up as like a young nobleman, this is like horrifically bland. Like this, you barely even taste this food.
That is true, but at the same time, during my time away from my family,
Oh
I
yeah,
probably
true.
didn't
Yeah,
watch it
you would
like
eat a
this,
lot.
so-
Okay, you know what? This is normal then. This is fine. Severus, you think this is underspiced, but such is life.
No, I don't think it's underspiced. I think this is like bland, boring, and almost disgusting.
Okay,
Almost
all
offensive.
right. Yeah, and the officer is clearly from Perton, so he's like talking about the dishes, and he's like, back when I was a boy, that's almost all we ate every day. And he points towards like this plate of sausage and blood sausages.
Lars is just like, and just keeps eating.
Yeah, you guys conclude your brief culinary
What's
tour.
this restaurant called?
This restaurant? Let's take a look.
Kay's Cooking, please.
It's called the
No,
Raven Tyrant.
It's called
Yeah.
the Roasted Stag.
Okay.
Yeah, no K's cooking for you. You guys finish your brief culinary tour.
All British
of
cooking is
the
Kay's Cooking.
vast array of different cultural products at Breton. And then you make your way back towards Governor's Palace. You climb the steps. You head to a meeting chamber. Inside of the room, there is the Vice Admiral. There's the Arcanist, Arcanist Rollo. There's another person in the room, though. One you haven't met yet. He wears purple robes with highlights of gold and white. His head is he has a golden, like, sort of crown. It's not really a crown, it's more like a circlet around his head. And there are 2 Imperial guards sitting in the room.
So this guy's like royal family.
Probably. That's your gut.
Okay.
That's what your gut says. And as you enter the room, the Vice Admiral, stands and says, Consul. And he points towards you guys. These are the judges. Man turns around. You don't really recognize him. He has the strong, sort of hard features of Mythosian, though. And he looks you all up and down and says, Hello. I am Consul Superioris Istvan Agavin. I am the governor of Breton. I had heard that we had some guests and that you've come across some strange things. I don't intend to say anything, but I'd like to sit in on the meeting.
All right, we can't really deny you that.
Yeah, he sits down. You know this man. He was 1, he's the governor back when you were here, and 2, he is the de facto head of faith of the Hellion Pantheon, because in his duty as the governor of Britannia, Cisteria, and Ulterior, he is also the high priest of the Hellion faith. So, I mean, in a different way to phrase that is, he's like the arch heretic of the Empire, but his faith was allowed by the Emperor, so he doesn't get killed. But he worships a weird pantheon, weird religion. But yeah.
I know what happened to the last Hellion guy we met.
Which one was that? Oh, Despair. Despair. Yeah, you guys all sit down at the table, and what do you got for the Vice Admiral and the Archivist?
We came into contact with the woman that our friend spoke of.
The Vice Admiral nods. This Josepha character.
Yes, or Margit, or who knows what her real name is.
Oh. So it was a cover then.
Yes.
That complicates things in your search for her.
Mm-hmm.
Well, there's some other factors that may complicate things further that we found out.
Such as?
He's...
Can I make a perception check on the governor to see if he has anything that might be tied to...
Sure, roll a perception check.
this? Okay. You can continue, Dota, sorry.
Okay. Lars will just explain. She either is some sort of beast or can transform into some sort of beast. Some sort of half bird, raven, half human looking creature.
Like a polymorph spell, or a druid?
We're not quite sure, but we do have one of the other judges as a druid, and some of the sounds she made when she was transforming were similar.
The Arcanist leans forward and says, So, you think we're dealing with a druid infiltrator then?
And this doesn't match what I think a druid does, right? This was a human-raven hybrid.
Well, we already talked about this. We talked about the story between Severus, that he saw the raven as well. So it sounds like it's a creature that can also transform into a raven. So we're not really sure.
Well, and also has the power to, enthrall people.
We're not
The
quite
Arcanist
sure
says,
what she is.
You are describing a great overlapping number of abilities.
Yes, including spellcasting.
Lars here says that she used the something similar to a dimension door.
Dimension doors of the fourth circle. That's quite concerning.
I'm a little bit more concerned on why she didn't fight us then.
She did not seem to be a wizard, though.
I didn't see any spell book on her.
That would discount the Russian infiltrator theory.
Whenever she cast a dimension door, did she like use a verbal component? Did I see her use any sort of thing with it, or
no, actually, because it was an innate spell.
So
she said no words.
Dimension door.
Yeah, she said no words. She closed her eyes and then boom, appeared 300 feet above you. No verbal, somatic, or material.
I can't. Can I counterspell an innate?
I think so. I'm pretty sure.
Okay.
I'm like 99% sure
Really?
you can. Innate spells.
I thought if there's no components, you can't counterspell it. That's why subtle casting is so good on sorcerers, right?
Innate spells have special rules and restrictions. Let's see. So sometimes innate spell casting. Read the counter spell. I'm gonna read what the specifics of innate spell casting. I'm pretty sure you can, but we should work this out because this is gonna become relevant eventually.
Yeah, I'm fairly sure I actually can.
A monster with the innate spell casting
has
a special trait. Unless otherwise noted, an innate spell is casted at its lowest level. An innate spell can't have special rules and restrictions. A monster's innate spell can't be swapped. Blah blah. Okay, that's about what I understood about innate spells. So now we check counter spell. Does it say that it needs a verbal, somatic, or material component? You attempt to interrupt another process in the process of casting a spell. Creature casting spell is lower than... No, you can counterspell any spells.
The thing is with counterspell, you need to know that they're casting a spell.
Yes.
If there's no components that indicate that at all, how could you counterspell? That's
because
it
still takes 6 seconds for the spell to be cast, and during that period, maybe they're just closing their eyes and focusing, but that would be a big enough indication. Now, if you're saying that like there probably needs to be an Arcana check or something to recognize, oh, this is what it looks like for an innate spell casting, that's fair. But I think it's still 100% possible.
I'm just saying
that this is at least in this case, I can relay
this is like a huge nerf to sorcerer. What you're saying right now.
I can relay these things. It basically say like she didn't use any sort of verbal part of this of whatever she casted. She didn't use any material in her hands or anything. She just closed her eyes.
Didn't do any gestures.
Yeah. So I can relay that as well.
And she was flying away at incredible speeds.
Yeah,
towards the northwest, back towards Gala Island.
I've never heard of anything like this. Are you certain you're dealing with the same individual throughout the stories?
She matched the description, so unless multiple things are using that same disguise.
I don't know what it
I've
could
never
be.
heard of anything of this description. Capable of shape-shifting, charming people, has a human form but is not truly a human, can fly.
Never run into anything like this before either.
It's always a good meme to post that.
It is a good
Oh
meme.
my god, he posted the Crawford tweet.
He did post it.
Yeah, it's always funny to do it. Yeah, I know, it's funny to do it.
I will always
I know you don't give a fuck, it's
told,
just funny.
Yeah, I will always remember that time I told you, like, sarcastic. I was like, okay, go find a fucking Jeremy Crawford tweet, and then you linked it like 2 seconds later.
Yeah?
That was based.
Whenever we have a rule difference, I'm just gonna post a Jeremy Crawford tweet, and even though I don't give a shit what Jeremy Crawford says, and you don't either.
It is a good meme. Yeah, so yeah, the Arcanist is actually in deep thought. You've presented him with before. He's like, oh yeah, it's just an infiltrator. We'll figure it out. Now this is like something he's never encountered before, which seems to interest him.
Oh, and we should give this officer to where the other two men are being held.
The officer's already in the dungeon with the other folks. The Arcanist will stand and say, Lord Vice Admiral, I'd request permission to go to my study. I have several manuals of beasts spotted throughout the world. I'd like to see if I can find anything even remotely similar to this description. I'm not sure if there's anything else I can contribute here. Vice Admiral looks towards you guys.
This is the Arcanist?
Yeah.
It's not up to us, right? We're waiting for his response.
Yeah. Then if you guys have nothing else, then the Vice Admiral will look towards the Consul. Consul will nod, and then the Arcanist will leave the room. And that just leaves you guys, the Vice Admiral, the Consul, and then the Professor. And the Professor is just sort of twiddling his thumbs, and the Vice Admiral says,
Well, what are the next steps then? You said she fled you? Any idea where she may have gone? If we're dealing with an infiltrator disguised as a crow in our midst, It's concerning.
Gala Island is the best.
I believe, yeah, that's where she was headed to.
That keeps
That's
coming
the
up.
direction. I mean, it starts to line up, right?
She
The
was untruthful
Raven
about her
Tyrant.
name, but you think she's truthful about where she was from?
It could at least be a start or a hint of finding something out, because otherwise we're just,
I looked
waiting
at
for a
the
crow?
I understand.
Historian.
Right.
I looked at the historian and asked, is that where the Raven Tyrant was from?
Yes. Yes, that's the only place the Raven Tyrant was ever spotted. There's only stories about him there. I did find a primary source. It doesn't directly, well, it's not exactly from that period, but it does reference it.
Okay.
He seems nervous being in the room with the console, but stands up and says, it's only a fragment of the original text, but it says, and he takes out a little scroll, which he's clearly like transcribed the original onto this piece of paper, and he says, the ravens were his eyes and ears, one mounted on his shoulder, whispering at all times, with great warlockery and wizardry. All throughout his realm, thousands more whispered to one mounted on his shoulder. Men spoke of their tyrant's cruelty, of others disappearing in the night, of the faithful praying, but only the cause of ravens answering. It was in this time that the isle gained its name, the Raven Isle. But our great Protonic king learned of this injustice. He saw the tumult and cruelty that faced those stalwart men of faith in the isle. He mustered... And then the fragment cuts off. I think that there may be more to this Raven Tyrant legend than I was previously aware of. My colleagues haven't collected many stories from Gala Isle, though. There's a member of the symposium who's currently there on a archaeological dig, but I don't have anything else that I can share.
All right.
He sits back down. The Vice Admiral looks towards the consul, and the consul thinks for a moment.
There were meant to be 2 other judges joining you. The Department of Faith had an additional task for them before they came here. You will wait to go to Gala Isle until you are in full force. If the beast you speak of is there, you will need the assistance.
That's the console?
Yeah.
The bartender of the bar that she was attending said that she'd had many parties near the governor's mansion. Have you ever heard of these?
There are a great many parties held on Governor's Hill, not just within my palace.
If she had frequent contact with them, they may have fallen under the same guise. Feels she's really infiltrated.
Then I trust you will deal with that.
Yes.
The Vice Admiral may have some smaller additional tasks while you wait for your colleagues to head to Gela. The cargo ship schedule will not be moved forward.
He stands, and instantly the Vice Admiral and the historian stand in response. And the Consul Superioris says,
I bid you luck on your investigation. Rasayam. And he leaves the room with the 2 Imperial
Okay,
guards.
before he leaves the door, after he turns around, I'm going to check him.
yeah, your eyes flash glowing. He's not under any influence. Well, sorry,
And
he's
neither
under
of his
magic,
guards.
but he is not under enchantment influence.
Okay,
He has
and
a
neither
magical
guard
necklace,
either.
a magical bracelet, a magical weapon, a magical shield. He has magical boots, a magical undershirt.
Holy shit, time to rob this guy.
But no, he's not under the means of enchantment.
Okay.
This guy's drooped out.
He's one of the most powerful consuls in the Empire, so I hope so. Yeah, everyone stands, and then the Consul Superioris leaves, and the Vice Admiral sits back down and says,
He's just in a bad mood today. I assure you, he's not normally like that. Other tasks. I'll be honest, there isn't much. There's a small thing that you could investigate, but I'm sure it's nothing.
Professor, you can leave. The Professor nods and gives a bow and then exits the room, and the Vice Admiral glances over.
Well, even if something small, sounds like we can't do much else without the rest of our judges, so...
I suppose so. How long do your judge investigations usually take?
Depends on the investigation, I suppose.
Well, there was another judge who came through here about 3 weeks ago, alone. There was no one else with him. Judge Vesnius. He said that he was sent to investigate a Jade Lady cult located on the North Shore. He's been gone for 3 weeks and hasn't reported in. Do you think it's something to worry about, or is just busy with the execution of his duties?
How long ago did you say?
3 weeks.
If he was on his own, it's probably worth us checking out.
Alright. Like, since he was alone, I made him tell me where he was going. He said he was going to the town of Clemshire on the North Shore.
How long day's travel is it?
You'll want to sleep here tonight, but if I can probably find some horses, shouldn't be any longer than 4 hours? Maybe even less. If you leave bright and early in the morning, you could wrap it all up by noon. If you think it's worth your time, but if not, you can remain here, wait for your colleagues.
And we expect them in a few days?
I'm not sure. I've not been kept in the loop. I didn't even know there was meant to be 2 more of you. I thought this was the judges.
See.
Do you wish to investigate this missing judge, or are you sure? Or you could be fine.
I think it's worth investigating.
All right then. I'll get you some horses for the morning. Some good riding horses, and you can sleep here in the military wing of the governor's palace. I've already had some rooms set up for you. I would invite you to dinner, but you've already had that tonight.
Yes.
And you guys can get
one last thing before we go.
Yeah, Vice.
The petty officers should be thoroughly questioned. I'm led to believe that they may have done some sabotages they haven't confessed to.
Me and the Arcanist will pour over the ones that you've gathered. I've thought about it more, and I think, regardless of what this creature is and its level of influence, Petty Officer Byron is going to be court-martialed, most likely hung. He should have spoken of the acts he did. Perhaps if he'd spoken up just after he committed the first one, not only could we have saved lives, but we could have caught this whole insidious plot much earlier.
I agree.
Thank you, judges. You've only been here a day, and you've already made my life much easier.
What we're here for.
You guys get some rest. They're fine rooms. I mean, not as good as your room back in... honestly, not as good as any of the places y'all have been staying, except for Severus, because you've been on the move. But, in the morning, as he promised, you guys will be provided with 3 riding horses going to the town of Clemshire. Oh my god. I just swallowed air.
He's dying.
Jesus, I swallowed air and I'm dying. Holy fuck. I've recovered. Alright, anyways, so you guys are going to the town of Clemshire. It's about 29 miles away, which is, nothing. Half a day on horseback. And the roads here, you guys begin to pass through Praton proper. And once again, Zednius, you act as sort of the guide here, because you worked at a church for 10 years, but you didn't spend literally the whole 10 years in the church. You frequently traveled across the island doing charitable work for the Church of the Almighty, and you got pretty familiar. The island is pretty small. The hills here are like baby hills. Like, everything about it it's just this very flat green island, trees. Think England. It is England. And
we know, it's Britonia, come on.
A little drizzle. It's Praton, okay? Chill.
Yeah.
A little drizzle greets you throughout the entire, ping pong land, true. A little drizzle greets you throughout the entire ride through Pratonia's exterior. So by the time you get to Clemshire, you're not dry. As you guys get closer to the town of Clemshire, you see people out in the field, farming. It's the usual scene. And then you crest a very slight ridge, and you see down into the village proper. And those farmers out in the fields, they see you, 3 riders on a distant hill, and they begin to run towards the town square. And within the town square, you see damage. The church in this Clemshire has been burned down, and you can see 2 bodies hanging from a lamppost in the town square. And people are fleeing to their homes.
They weren't before they saw us, though?
They were not before they saw you. Now they're fleeing.
Okay.
Okay, it's a cold.
So, the townsfolk flee into their homes, and as you continue down the hill, the only 2 things of note are the burned down church and the 2 bodies hanging from lampposts.
I'd like to go to the bodies.
Yeah, you ride up closer. The first body is an older man, maybe in his 50s or 60s, which has been stripped naked, and a sign hangs around his neck reading "Heretic." The second body is a younger man, maybe in his late 20s, which has clearly been killed by severe blunt force trauma to the skull and then strung up. And there's a sign around his neck which reads "Enemy of the Empire."
We don't see the judge badge on either of them or around on the ground?
Nope. Neither of these look like judges either. They're not particularly, You guys are all relatively fit, and you have, a look to
We didn't ask for a description of the guy.
True, we did not ask. You only know the name, Judge Vesnius.
Well, maybe someone here will know what he looks like.
Yeah.
Really, the people here are very cooperative.
What is the,
Everyone's
let's go
hiding
to
in their
the,
homes.
I want to go to the church. What kind of
You
church is
approach
this?
the church. Even though it's burned down, you can tell it's a Hellion church. Hellion churches to the Hellion Pantheon have 4 minarets on the extremities of it, and then in the center they have a flat roof, or sometimes a sloped roof. It's pretty critical to just their church design. So this is clearly a Hellion church that's been burned down.
It's like how you can tell when a building was a Pizza Hut.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly. Or like a
Very
McDonald's by the
similar,
arches.
actually, you know?
It's actually identical.
All right, so burned down Hellion Church, traitor, enemy of the Empire, heretic, and they were dressed like normal people. They look
Well,
normal.
one of them was stripped naked. The other one was dressed like a normal guy.
Okay.
The heretic was stripped naked.
Okay. I guess go up to a home, right? Knock on a door.
Yeah. Yeah, you guys approach one of the homes nearby. It's a thatched roof, sort of a standard, peasant house, essentially. The door is closed. There's no, shutters to close, but you can see that the folks are hiding behind their dining table.
Allies of the Emperor,
Silence.
we come in peace. We just have a few questions on what happened here.
Are you with him?
I'm not with anyone.
Oh,
The two of you look at one another. you sort of spoke over one another, so who's gonna...
Oh. It's just us 3. We're here on our own.
Who are you?
Judges of the Empire.
You hear a frightened shriek from what sounds like a younger child. We don't mean any trouble. You can just continue on.
Well, we need to know what happened here.
Lord's gonna kind of lean over to him. It's like, just let me know if you need me to get him out by force.
Breaky,
course.
breaky. The shout comes back. The other judge that came through here. Did you know him?
We don't. We're looking for him.
You hear movement, and you hear it like a woman's voice say, "No, Stephen, it's not worth it." Then the door cracks open slightly, and you see an older man, maybe in his late 30s, and he sort of looks you up and down and says, at the 3 of you, it says, "You shouldn't go looking for him. He's a monster.
What do you mean?
He killed our priest. Killed the man that tried to defend our priest. Said that our faith was as heretical as any other."
So is that the work of what's over in front of the church?
Yeah, he looks over at the bodies and hanging from the lamppost and fringes. He said that anyone who took them down, when he came back through the village, they would be killed too.
Is there a reason you guys all ran when we came up?
Thought you were with him.
Other judges coming to destroy our village. Our faith is protected by the Emperor.
Do you know where this judge is now?
Yes. He went towards the shore, to the north.
Is there a worshippers of the Jade Lady over that direction?
That's what people say. Seems just an excuse so he can destroy another village.
Well, as we said, we're not going to harm you, so thank you for your cooperation.
She nods. Or he nods. And you guys can, do you just continue towards the north shore? There's only one road leading towards it.
Oh, one last thing. What does he look like?
Oh, he's a older man. Bald. Beard around his face. Looks angry all the time. At least when he was here.
Alright. Thank you.
He closes the door. And, yeah, and you can hear him talking to his family inside.
So we're headed to that shore.
Yeah, you guys get back onto the main road. Begin to travel northward. Moving along the path. You enter into it. Thicket of woods. Not dense by any means. It's the sparse woodland of a cultivated area. You know, these are woods that provide lumber for nearby villages, and so some trees are kept very well maintained. And as you're moving, you hear this like high-pitched squealing coming from off the road to the right. It sounds almost like a lizard, like reptilian kind of, and it just like it's like just repeated, just. Like an alarm clock.
So, like an alarm spell just went off?
No. It's just a creature which is doing it incessantly and consistently.
Okay.
If you just want to ignore it and continue on your path, not your business, that's fine. Easy clap.
Sure, let me get closer and detect magic.
Alright, your eyes begin to glow, and you get off your horse. Severus and Lars, do you join Zenius, or do you stay on the road while he goes and investigates this weird noise?
I'll follow him.
Okay.
Well, wait with the horses if they're getting off.
Yeah. You stay with the horses on the road, Lars. The other two of you hop off on foot, begin to move into the woods. You push aside leaves as you hear the sound, and it comes closer, and pushing through, just pushing a light, bush aside, with your glowing eyes, you see a corpse. It's a wyvern, which are pretty rare, kind of. Honestly, they're not that rare, but they're very weak compared to like an actual dragon. Wyverns are horse-sized flying creatures that look a little bit like dragons, but not really. They have horns on their head, no poison, though. Some variants can have those things. This one is dead, though. It has been beat to death. Its skull is like dented inward in 6 different places. And a tiny little wyvern, like tiny sized, is on its chest, mewling into the corpse of the grown wyvern. The horns of the wyvern have been harvested. A patch of scales have been carved off.
The horns were carved off?
Yeah.
So there's a tiny wyvern trying to like go into the corpse to hide?
No, it just seems to be mourning.
Oh. Can I come closer to the tiny wyvern?
Are you trying to be stealthy?
No, I'm trying to approach it
Roll an animal
carefully
handling
and
check.
non-threateningly.
Yeah, roll an animal handling check. Yeah, you begin to approach closer. You see that...
yeah, I'll pull out a bit of ration.
Okay, yeah, this baby wyvern has not yet developed the tail. Adult wyverns sometimes have poisonous tails. This little baby has nothing, so the worst it can do is bite you with its teeth. And as you get closer, it turns around and hisses in your direction, but it sees the rations. It gets a little bit closer. Its wings flap. A little gust of air hit your fingers.
Yeah, I'll kneel down and I'll try to feed it. It's probably like I'll
What's
do
your
like the
AC?
dried meat parts. What?
What's your AC?
200. You know.
Without a shield, or my parrying dagger, which I don't really have equipped right now, 16.
Alright, and it bites your finger for 1 damage as you get closer.
Ow.
Blood draws from the point. This thing must be like only a week or 2 old. Like, it really can't be that. It's so weak that it's just a little tiny love
New
bite.
pet poggers.
No, it's clearly
Yeah,
not a love bite.
I'll still try to like calm it down.
Yeah, roll another animal handling check.
I want this to be my pet.
You know, Lars has proficiency in animal handling. You should get him since he has a fucking dog.
Your dog's gonna eat the fucking wyvern.
You move rations closer, and the wyvern
It's like
flaps a
venom,
little
too.
bit. Its little body picks up off the ground. A couple more flaps brings it a little bit higher, but it can't really fly. It's more like a chicken, and so it just moves deeper into the woods. You know, its little wings carrying it, and it's mostly like half flapping, half gliding. You scared it off.
No, way to go. Way to go,
What
Sim.
do you mean Gore would eat it? Gore only does things
Gore's
like
a well-trained dog, okay? That guy's very
That's
smart.
Dang. Has anyone ever trained a wyvern before?
In history of the world, yeah, of course.
Oh my god.
The elves
Yeah, I
are
was
dragons, and those
so
things are like
close.
really fucking rare.
Way
They
to
can't
go.
fly very fast from what it sounds like, so we could.
True, you could go track it down. Just a baby wyvern. It's not too fast.
I want to track it down. I want to have a baby wyvern.
I'm gonna call Lars over.
How far away are they from?
They're like 30 feet off the path. They really aren't that far.
Oh, okay. I'll kind of yell back. You want me to just leave the horses?
You can watch them, right?
Or maybe follow at a distance.
This is the plot of one of those talking dog movies where, like, my owner left and I got 3 horses to take care of. Yeah, you can.
I'll kind of whistle Gore on guard and keep him like going around the horses.
Yeah, you can hop off and go join Zednius. Severus, roll me a survival check because you track down this baby wyvern.
It's so hard right now.
You would know, all 3 of you would know, and mostly Zednius though, that monsters have essentially been eliminated from Breton. There's a few, like this wyvern clearly survived, but this is like maybe one of the only ones on the entire island. Probably the only one on the entire island. Breton has been settled by humans for so long that there's almost nothing left.
My one was pretty big though.
True.
It's been around for a bit.
True. Yeah, you can follow it, Severus, and you find the wyvern has retreated further and further, and you see the wyvern like crawling on its like front legs and its front arms, which have the wings attached to it, and the rear legs up into a rocky crevice. It's not really on a cliff or anything. It's just like there's a bunch of stones, boulders and the like gathered in a sort of open clearing, and it crawls into the gap between those stones. Lars,
I wanna-
Zednius, you can keep pace.
Yeah, well, now it's time to.
So do you climb the boulders and like look down into the little crevice?
Yes.
Yeah, you climb up. It's pretty easy.
And there's a big wyvern that's about to kill me.
You look inside, and this is clearly what was once the den, or the lair, of the adult wyvern. It would have been a tight fit to get inside, but down there you can see that there's a little opening in the earth that was probably carved out underneath these stones by the adult wyvern. Now, however, the lair is exclusively housed by this tiny wyvern, which is hissing and, like, you know, doing its best to roar up at you.
I'll just like go shush, like go shh, 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 and just calmly talk to it. Just to calm it down, just calmly talk to
Yeah,
it.
Lars, you finally
all
join
good.
him on the rock and get a
I
good
don't
look at
want to
it.
hurt you.
You know,
Everything's
Lars,
gonna be
actually, Lars, do you have an
fine.
animal handling proficiency?
I do.
You do? Okay. Then you would know that taming social creatures is the easiest types of creatures to tame, like dogs and things like that. Wyverns are giga isolationist. They are not social at all. They will spend time with basically their small pack, and that's about it. So actually taming this is very, like, domesticating it is very unlikely. It'll never be as well
But
trained
not
as you are.
impossible.
Not
Yes,
impossible.
I want to do it.
I mean,
I'm
it's
proficient.
about,
You
it's
can't
about
do it.
15 feet below you down in this crevice.
This is my
What's the strat?
new life goal. I'm sorry.
Crit animal handling. Come on,
Okay,
you can
animal
do it.
handling. Yeah, fuck it, yeah. Roll an animal handling check.
I think I'm gonna also take out like rations and try to course it with food.
Okay, roll animal handling with advantage, Severus. Because you have Lars and
Inshallah.
Zednius helping you. Yeah, you guys
Why are they so
spend about
lucky?
10 minutes trying to coax the wyvern up to eat your rations.
And the only thing you get is the wyvern at one point tries to like flap up like 6 feet to go bite you, Severus, but it doesn't have the energy to fly anymore, so it just splats onto the ground of the lair and just like lays there recovering.
Oh, is it like super tired?
Yeah, it can't fly very well. It's a little baby.
Oh, can I take
Should
my
we just
bedroll off?
kidnap it?
Yeah, I was just gonna
You guys
say.
are psychotic. What the fuck?
Can we just like Stockholm
give him some
syndrome this one?
Stockholm
I'm
Exactly.
going to like let Severus know, like the way that these animals act. There's a very small chance we'll ever be able to train it if that's what you're trying to
How
do.
about
And
this?
even then,
Are there any eggs?
No,
Blast.
this was a male wyvern.
even if we train it, it's not going to be anything like a normal animal that we deal with, like horses or dogs or anything like
Go
that.
adopt a dire wolf or something, bro.
No, it's a status symbol. Having a fucking wyvern pet? That's
It's gonna take
It's way-
like decades to become like normal sized. You're gonna have just an
And-
infant wyvern and it's gonna die during some mission. You're gonna get mad.
yeah. No, Severus is gonna let him
I
stay
will
in the
protect his
mansion,
life.
and then he's gonna do a solo campaign, and him and the wyvern, just against the world.
Oh, okay. Well,
Don't take this away from me, Hakon.
I told them that you guys probably aren't going to be able to handle this, and I'm just going to leave. Walk
Okay.
back to
Yeah,
the bushes.
I understand what you said. I
Stay,
just
Severus.
in my head, I'm just like, just Noah. It has to work. Kopka.
Any tips, Hegel?
Petegol looks down and says, "Consume."
You want to eat it?
Yes.
Oh my god.
You're calling us
This guy's
psychotic.
insane.
What about the other one? Do you want to consume that?
No.
He wants live meat.
Okay.
Petegol begins to roll off your shoulder,
No,
down.
No.
I'm not
along
stopping
the
him.
edge.
I'm not
No,
stopping
you
him.
cannot.
Severus, you can't see anything. You hear talking from Xenius' shoulder. Then you see the wyvern. It's been resting at the bottom, recovering, taking a deep breath, trying to get its strength back. And then the wyvern looks confused for a moment, and you see it like look around. And then you watch as its legs, starting with its feet, begin to dissolve. As you're watching, you watch the scales melt from the flesh melt from the bone melt into ash, and you watch as this baby wyvern gets digested in front of you. And because Petegol is invisible, you get to see the whole process.
Oh my god.
I'll just turn around to Zedius. Why?
It would have died. We just saved it some suffering.
You hear a voice down from the pit. No potential.
Is he talking to you?
That?
Is he talking to you again?
Did I hear that?
Yeah, you did hear it. You said that loud.
I'm throwing my dagger at Hetegal.
You just throw it down into the pit. I mean, he's invisible, so.
Yeah,
That's
I
the
try to
dagger, is it?
locate the voice as best as possible. I just
Roll a
throw my
perception
dagger.
check at disadvantage. Actually, no, just perception because it's audio. No, you just throw a dagger down into the pit and it hits the ground, and you hear a deep, the voice come again. Pathetic.
I'll hop down and grab my dagger.
Yeah, you hop down 15 feet, grab the
I
dagger.
still don't know what he means about the potential. He called someone in my solo campaign that had a lot of potential too.
Yes, he
But that guy didn't. That guy didn't make it.
No, he got killed.
I have potential. Punk.
I think he's just a douchebag.
Yeah, he relights on your shoulder, Zenius. He plops
All
up
right.
onto your shoulder.
Good. Was it worth it?
You're psychotic. Why would you say that? Poor Severus. Jesus.
Yeah, I'm
You know, if
standing
Nesmith's
there.
here, she would have a mental breakdown at that encounter.
No.
if you did that to him.
She would have succeeded her animal handling check.
That's
and
true,
we would
yeah,
have had a pet
that's
wyvern.
This might have been the biggest betrayal Severus has ever experienced in his
Yeah,
life.
and it was from his own blood brother, no less. The boy that's
Yeah.
supposed to be like him. Well, you guys make
had
your
to
way
be
back to
done.
the road and rejoin with Lars.
Does the what is wyvern milk a thing?
What?
No, that's
I'm googling. I'm googling what
that's
a wyvern's
survival
like.
evolved.
Oh, okay.
The fuck?
It was like, you can
This
get
man's
wyvern
looking up
milk.
Wyvern Rule 34 and asking me if it's canon. What the fuck?
That's real. So
On the big side, Severus, if we find the female, there might be eggs, and then we've got a much better odds, you know?
Yeah, now you can kidnap children. Or fetuses.
Yeah,
Raise them
that's
for
a
birth.
I'm not.
way better idea. Way better idea.
Well, there's a dirt path
I'll never find it. Well,
to the shore.
so wyverns
I'll
are
just say
the dads, I guess, or
I'll just-
I don't know. I have no idea.
I'll just say to the Zednius, we better hope we find more of them.
I sure hope so.
Bars, can you lead the way traveling back along the dirt trail towards the shore?
Yeah.
Okay. You guys move along the dirt trail to the shore, and you reach a narrow beach. The beach is about 100 feet deep, if that makes sense. Like from water's edge to the tree line, and it travels along the north shore of Breton. There's areas where there's like bluffs and crags, but largely it's just a flat open beach covered in debris and moss and stones. And looking to your east, you see debris, moss, and stone. Looking to your west, you see in the distance a single figure sitting atop a boulder. A humanoid.
This is probably him.
Is he bald?
Who else
No,
could have killed
he
a
has
wyvern?
brown, shaggy hair.
Oh, he's not bald. Then it's not him.
And as you sort of focus your gaze, you notice that there's a sort of green light on the ground in front of him, which means he has very powerful green glowing eyes.
Oh, that means he is a Jade Lady cleric. We should be alert. I'm going to put on some armor of Agathis using my
Do
sword.
you think that guy pointed us towards this way just so he could kill us? If they're all Jade Lady cultists.
Holy
Well,
fuck.
these guys were just like normal Hellion people. I don't know
Yes.
though. Harkin's wacky sometimes.
What?
Yeah.
When have I ever been wacky?
How about 20 seconds ago?
What? When Zednius told his guy to go kill something? That's me being wacky? Okay.
No,
There's
I'm
another
always
option.
wacky.
There's a guy in a distant rock.
I put on armor of Agathis.
Yep.
We should be prepared if this
How
guy's a
long is our
cultist.
practice last?
An hour.
Oh, okay, never mind. You don't gotta worry about
I'm gonna preemptively dig deep then.
it. Okay. Severus, do you got anything?
Is this the same day that we saw that bird lady or no?
Same day we saw the bird.
We
That
slept
was
since-
yesterday.
No, it's the next day. We
Okay.
slept.
Okay, sure. Exhaustion reset then.
Dota, here's a question. Exhaustion-wise, the way we've been playing it is short rest gets rid of one, long rest gets rid of all.
We've been playing it as short rest gets rid of all. That's how it reads.
Interesting. Okay. All right, carry on. Dude on a rock.
The good days are over, Lars. He's gonna.
No,
change
I was
it.
just asking because I have another campaign where this rule question came up and I didn't remember, so I just made up something on the spot. But I was wondering what we do in this one. Anyways, person on a rock, couple thousand feet away, like 1,000 feet away on a rock.
Well, let's start approaching.
Okay, you guys saunter over on horseback. Ba-dum, 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 ba-dum.
Well, we're probably gonna dismount and walk up so we can
Yeah.
fight
Oh,
if need
okay.
be.
You dismount, and as you get closer, you see that on the ground, on the sand in front of the stone, there is two objects. Two little
A
glittering
deadbolt?
objects. They're a bit too far to tell from where
Dead
you're at
wyvern
How
baby.
far away?
now. Now you're like 500 feet.
Okay.
And once you get to about 300 feet, no, sorry. Once you get to about 150 feet away, the man shouts,
I wouldn't do that if I were you.
Is it coming from the direction of this guy?
yeah, he's shouting in your direction.
He's not looking
He
at us
looking
though?
at us now?
No, he's looking at you. He looked up from the sand up towards you all.
Wait, your dig D was totally gonna run out, right?
Yeah.
1 minute.
Oh. Rip.
No, yeah, if it's that far away. I thought we were a lot closer.
No, yeah,
if
you
we're
guys
not
are
that
like
close.
2,000 feet away.
Oh, okay,
Yeah.
then I...
Yeah, the man
Okay,
shouts out from the rock. I would do that if I were you.
Oh,
what?
why's that?
The last judge that came this close was killed.
Came this close to what? You?
My village
What have you done with his body?
is dealt with. I have his trinkets here for you. You can take them and go on your way.
Who are you?
No, they're not going to take very kindly to you killing a judge. They're going to send more people.
It was his fault. He harassed a community just trying to live their lives. They are of no harm to anyone else.
Depending on the context, I probably don't disagree with you, but I'd like to talk about what happened if you're willing to.
The man came. He said he was a judge. Said he intended on bringing righteous fury down on my village. I am the guardian of the village, a blade of the lady. He fought. He died.
What's the name?
I'm Gillion.
Can we
Is
come
everyone else in the
closer and
town
collect his
also-
things?
He reaches down into the sand in front of the rock he's sitting on and grabs one of the things and tosses it. You know, it doesn't quite go the full distance. 150 feet is pretty fucking far, but it like splats into the sand maybe 30 feet in front of you. It is a judge's badge, splattered with blood.
Does everyone else in that town also worship the Jade Lady?
Yes, though they know of your coming. The lady has told us. They are likely fleeing at the moment.
I want to cast message to Zednius.
Okay.
I don't know if he interprets that as attacking. But I say, we can't let this guy get away, right?
If you think we could kill him, I'm not sure.
Also,
You see those eyes?
You guys have killed paladins before, right?
No, I don't think Zednius has ever killed another human.
Yeah,
Wait,
we
that's a
did.
good
We
point.
killed the undead cleric guy.
Yeah, but they were all undead. Oh, fuck, that is a good point, Zedius. You've only killed, like, actual evil creatures. You haven't killed any people yet.
Oh, you haven't killed
I've
humans?
caused people to
that's
die,
cute.
but I
Yeah,
haven't
that's
killed
different.
them.
Yeah, that's different. That's
I,
crazy.
yeah.
That's
I don't know how
crazy.
strong. I don't know
You
how
haven't
strong
stabbed
like
the person.
you're supposed to be a judge. I don't know if that's a good judge of how strong this guy is. If
Judge
you
is
just
like
got
5th
one
level,
guy,
essentially. Like, well, that's basically like the intro level.
we're 3 level 7s. We could probably take him.
Yeah, that's fine.
Probably.
Yeah, probably.
And they
Also,
are
think of the loot he
close.
could have.
And our
I will
guy.
say, even from this distance, you can tell his sword is like it's not a sword. His mithril shield is like glistening in the light. His
Oh my
warhammer
God.
clearly has like a radiant aura around it of like
Harkon
light.
is sweating bullets right now, trying not to make his TPK.
Nah, that's fine. If you guys want to TPK,
You know, you guys might.
No, that'll be
die.
great. It'll be the
I'll play.
Ethan Peach buddy cop campaign.
No, I'll play. I can. I'm not gonna die here.
Cool.
I'm
oh, yeah,
hard
true.
to
You
kill.
just fly away. Everyone starts dying.
I'll yell back. If we're going to leave you be, we need to hear your full side of the story. as
I
well.
gave you my full side.
So he just walks up and starts killing you?
He came. He said he was to purge our village of heresy. He considers my people heretics. He was going to kill them. I killed him. He reaches into the
look at
sand
it.
and pulls
I
out
look at-
another object and tosses it towards you guys, and the golden holy symbol to Aurelian soul splats in the sand 30 feet in front of you.
Kind of lean over to Zednius the Severus. I was like, well, we can't really leave him.
All right. I mean,
I don't want to die.
He killed another judge. If we leave him, it'll be
he did.
traitorous.
You gotta admit, it's pretty Giga Chad, though.
I mean, and his story is like he's definitely telling the truth because we just saw what he did to people that were
Yeah,
like.
it has
pardons.
nothing with him telling the truth. It's
It's
he killed
that
the judge regardless.
He killed the judge. Yeah,
we
that's
can't really let that slide.
God.
No.
How
Atagal
are we gonna
speaks
fight?
like Atagal speaks out loud and says, "Delicious."
Well,
Yeah, sure, had to go eat him. Make yourself a useful loser.
let's
Oh, we
start.
have no
Let's-
potential.
I'm
I'm
ready
gonna start walking
to.
towards him, and I'm
Okay,
gonna ready. If I see him start like, if he looks like he's gonna start casting
Yeah.
or start combat, then I want to
Sure,
dig
we'll
deep.
move to the battle map just
Oh,
to see
yeah.
what happens.
Oh god,
Parry dagger, ready in hand.
I want to see his icon.
He's not particularly crazy looking.
Yeah, except that he's glowing eyes and the giggle.
Oh yeah, he
Uh-oh.
also has a spell.
Death
that's currently
Ward, Shield of
concentrating on
Faith, Protect from
Yeah,
Poison.
why can I see those on him? I don't think I'm
Oh,
supposed to be able to
that's
see
odd.
those on him.
Well.
Death Ward, shield, protect from poison.
Whoopsie doopsie. Now you know.
What does Death Ward do again? Is it either he gets a roll if he dies?
No,
It means that he lives. Honest, the first time he dies, he lives.
Giga Chad.
he goes to 1 HP, yeah.
The first time a
Let's just
target
start.
drops to 0, they drop to 1 instead.
Yeah, just start moving your
It's 12
token.
I'm gonna
level
kind of
spell.
gauge his reaction as I start walking towards.
I mean,
Yeah,
like,
I mean, he stands up, he stretches a little bit, he
garbage
sort of
ass
starts to
range.
swing his warhammer. You know, he just starts stretching out, ready for the battle ahead. He seems
What
to have no
fucking Chad?
and he will begin to descend from
do
his
you-
rock.
Do you need Hegal, either of you?
I could sneak advantage
I don't with
for
Gore.
sneak
You can
attack.
give it to.
Okay.
Yeah.
Boop. You get
He
Hegal.
shouts out, "Would you like to make this official? About in
Meaning?
the eyes of the lady? An honorable duel.
Not sure what it. What does it entail?
I fight one of you. If I'm victorious, I fight the next."
I'm gonna kind of look at
The duels
other two.
are
It's like
concluded at the death, or
Yes, a 3v1 isn't very honorable. If you'd like to preserve what shred of honor you may have left after serving your corpse, Emperor, you could fight me in a duel. Your death would at least be honorable.
I'm shooting an arrow.
Yeah, the only
There's no surprise here, so
Is
we're
Corpse
just
Lars.
rolling
Emperor, I'm
initiative.
shooting an arrow.
Yeah, we're just rolling initiative. 'Cause-
you are Lars. Would you have cared about honor?
a little
You're the
bit.
only
yeah.
one-
I think
you're the
I
only
would have
one
liked to face
that
him
would've-
1v1.
He said Corpse Emperor, okay? I can't let him slide.
What does that mean?
He's
Mm,
calling
corpse.
your Emperor a corpse
He said-
because he's very old.
He says-
very fucking
I
old.
don't give a fuck about. Like,
Yeah, well, Zephyrus
I
does.
have no ties to this religion.
Zephyrus does, though, because he's actually religious.
Okay.
A corpse emperor? I don't know what that
Yeah,
means.
he's basically saying, "Oh, God is dead."
Oh, he said Aurelian
gonna
Sol
yell-
is dead?
Aurelian Sol,
gonna yell
yes, he
to
said
him.
the Emperor Aurelian Sol is a corpse.
I'm gonna yell to him saying, I have personally I'd have no problems with that, but
Yeah,
I
Arrow
don't think
comes
my
whizzing
friends are
through.
gonna be too. I don't think my friends here are gonna be too excited about it.
All right, Lars, what are you doing?
Insulting their god.
An arrow. So like the combat starts as Severus pulls back the drawstring on his bow and prepares to fire, and that's when combat starts. So
Can I dig deep in response to that, or is that still
yeah, you
usable?
can dig deep in response. I mean, he didn't get like a surprise attack or anything. The guy was ready, so the combat.
Okay.
Yeah.
I'll go ahead and dig deep then.
Sure.
And then I'm not gonna be able to get within full range of him. I have to assume he has 30 feet, so I shouldn't move up too far. So he can go to about here. So I'll probably go here. Make sure I did my math right. I'll go one further back. I have Gore behind me.
Oh, also,
And
just real
then-
quick, because it may come up, these green things are patches of moss, so they're difficult terrain, and the brown, gray things are stone, so they're 5 feet elevated around the surrounding terrain.
Oh, I thought those were like puddles.
Okay.
Because it's like goes into water over here.
That may be what it's supposed to be, but I like the idea of some verticality. So they're stone.
That's
After Lars walks up, he's like cracking his neck, his knuckles and stuff, like
Yep.
getting ready to fight.
All right, Severus, make that arrow shot. No sneak attack.
Alright, do you have
unfortunately.
advantage because
You do have advantage, yeah.
Hetegal is helping me?
Indeed.
Also, if you can
I'm
apply the
gonna
symbol
position
for ID
myself
deep.
here,
Okay.
so I get a clear shot because I didn't realize these were rocks.
Yep.
And then I get sneak attack because I have advantage. That's how sneak
Oh,
attack works.
interesting.
So
Okay.
I can post it here.
No, I trust you. Yeah, advantage on the attack roll. There you go. Roll it. Miss. It clatters against his plate mail. Or plate armor.
Holy shit! Ladies and gentlemen, we have a problem.
He's going to action dash. And he runs past
Oh.
Lars full speed. Oh, I think I went 5 feet too far. Yeah, I went 5 feet.
He did.
He sprints full speed towards Zednius in plate armor. Hi, Zednius.
Oh, my turn?
Yeah.
You should probably fly up in the air, just like you know.
I'm going up 30 feet.
Okay. Alright, you fly up 30 feet.
And then I fly.
Wait. Oh, no, sorry, that was yesterday. You're good. You're fine. For now.
And then I think I fly up another 30 feet.
Giga Chad.
I think I'm just going to try and be out of his range.
Yeah, that's fair.
As best I
don't like
can.
his range either.
I mean, I
Lars.
could probably counterspell the first thing he tries, but I don't want to waste a spell. I don't want to do that if I don't have to.
Yeah. Larsy Warzy.
I'm gonna put Gore here, me here. And then I'm going to use... Is that the right one? Yes. So 4 attacks. At advantage, and then Gore will use his reaction to attack as well.
Okay. Hit, miss, miss, miss.
20 misses?
Yeah.
Okay.
Alright, you punch him in the face for 7 bludgeoning. He has to make a Constitution saving throw. For his, what do you call it?
Shield of Faith.
Yeah, Shield of
Does
Faith.
21 hit?
21 does not.
Okay. Then that's the end of my turn.
Alright, Severus.
Alright, repositioning.
You've not got any like offensive magic, do you?
No, he's a
No.
trickster. He tricks people.
Arcane Tricksters don't get those. They get like
Arcanely.
whole person at most.
Yeah, you get a lot of like rituals or something, I guess.
No, I don't get those by default. I put the feat
Oh.
for that.
Ah, okay.
Arcane Tricksters were
Oh,
like
ritual
out of
caster.
combat stuff.
Severus.
An illusion.
Use your
Yeah,
You
invisible
definitely get a sneak
hand
attack too.
to grab his.
22 misses.
Holy shit.
Gillian.
So far, only a 25 is hit.
Yep, Gillion's gonna make 2 melee attacks against Lars.
Holy.
Uh-oh.
Plus
He
11.
hits.
Plus 11.
Hits.
Holy
Jesus
fucking Christ.
Is
Well-
that
Ladies and gentlemen, we have a problem.
okay, so you take half on the bludgeoning, which means you take 14 plus 14. You take 28 damage as he
Holy
slams his warhammer into your chest twice, full strength. There is no malice in his actions, though. Like, he doesn't look angry. It's just like, well, this is what you gotta do. You know, sometimes you gotta kill people in defense of your village. Zenius.
What the fuck?
He's a powerful champion of the lady.
Yeah. I suppose that I just Eldritch him. Let me look real quick at what this does. Oh yeah, this does not. That wouldn't work against him.
That was
'cause
crazy.
that would-
I think
I got
Gore
so
could
much
tank that.
AoE.
That's how fucking strong he is. I mean, he would have been unconscious, but he wouldn't have died. That's crazy. Gore's a good boy.
God, if only we had 2 more people for this fight.
Yeah, I'm just gonna blizzast as best I can.
I actually knew you were gonna have Ethan. I thought you'd have miss.
23 miss. Oh my
It
god.
cheats his AC. Yeah.
Christ.
We gotta get that shield of faith off.
Lars,
I'm gonna go ahead and
you're the only one that's hurt him so
brace
far.
up.
Does your dog get this FHP as well?
Yes,
Okay.
he does. So roll 1d7 plus 2 plus something.
Well, it's
Oh,
fist
50 cups
dice
die, so
plus 7 plus
1d8 plus 7 plus 2.
There you go. Okay. 11. I'll add it to dog.
Okay.
Okay.
And then I believe my third attack is always a bonus action. Let me make sure. Yes, I can only do 2.
Alrighty. 25 hits. Yep. And the other 2 miss. You punch him across the jaw. Blood splatters into his mouth, and he has to make a con save to maintain concentration. Pass. Okay.
That's
Severus.
7.
Yeah, plus 7. This paladins get innately plus 3 to all saves. Fucking face. 14 obviously misses. Clatters against his armor. Gillian is going to. One sec. I gotta check something. Okay. He's going to just. I mean, the 1-2. It's a classic. He's going to double Warhammer the Crusader Lars.
Does meeting
5
miss?
hits. Meeting misses. Yeah.
Okay, so just the 1 hits.
Okay, so he cracks you in the chest for another 14 damage. The Warhammer the Major Crusader strikes you. Zenius. Spell attack's
I
probably
feel-
not the way to go.
Spell attack. Well, here's what I'm thinking, right?
Okay.
I don't know what all of magic affects Lars a whole lot. I don't really know. I know his knuckles probably and his tattoo, but other than that, I'm not 100% sure. And I think that his advantage with his Shield of Faith and whatever else he's got on is a little higher, so I'm going to use Hegal's new ability called Anti-Magic Zone.
Oh shit.
Oh my. Alright, to a point within 60 feet, within a 30-foot radius around that point, all active spells are dispelled, and if the effective magical items are temporarily prevented. So, instantly that dispels Shield of Faith, it dispels Death Ward, it dispels protection from poison on,
And then, do I also lose my Eldritch Claw tattoo bonuses?
Correct. You lose those bonuses temporarily, and so does.
It doesn't. I will say, Hargan. It doesn't say a time on there.
Oh, sorry. It should be 1 minute.
Okay.
Yeah. In fact, can you just add that to the description right now?
I think so.
Thank you. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6.
Does that count as like a bonus action?
3,
Or
It's Heckle's action.
Yeah.
So he
so you still have
can't.
your entire action.
Yeah.
I do, and he. So that means Severus cannot use advantage on this next attack.
It's fine.
I mean,
It's not like I'm hitting anyway.
I'm not realizing some things I'm going to change about this already, but that's fine.
Yeah,
I
it's a
just
bit-
did
it's
not
a bit
realize how
strong.
big. I
It's
did
a
not
bit
realize
strong.
how large a 30-foot radius thing was. Everything about the rest of it's fine. I just didn't realize how big 30 feet was. Yeah, and his Warhammer the Crusader no longer has bonuses, so I need to make a new attack on his sheet. That doesn't have.
Surely you mean
bonuses.
30 feet diameter.
Yeah,
Okay,
I'll
that
just
was-
subtract 1 from my attack
Yeah. that's fine.
damage.
Okay, that was Hecagol's thing. What are you doing, Zednius?
Well, now that his AC is like a little bit lower, I'm gonna try shooting it again.
Sounds good.
Oh, sorry. I also forgot when it was on my turn to do a reaction attack from Gore. If I can do that,
Yeah, you can do that. It's
I
fine.
just completely forgot.
It's only one turn later.
That wouldn't have hit anyway.
Actually, no, I'm gonna cast. I'm gonna cast silence. Or how? Oh,
Christ.
zone lasts 1 minute, so that means if he tried to cast a spell, is it gonna be I don't know how this works.
No, it's all active spells are dispelled, and the effects of magical items.
So
They're not
he-
creature ones.
So his items are disabled, but if he were to cast Shield of Faith again, it would go
Correct.
up.
Yeah.
Then I am. Yeah, I'm silencing.
Okay. All right. What's the radius on silence?
30 feet?
20-foot radius.
The radius. All right. Perfect. Boom. Another one. You are just like making this guy's day hellish.
Well, that's.
All right. Put
He-
silence.
he's
Actually, no. I know it's silence.
uh,
That's fine. I understand. Okay.
I gotta
Lars. There's no point putting
do as much as I can.
Do
Well,
I?
I'm gonna reposition.
My
the
understanding
here.
is that since this has been turned on, the bonus damage from that radiant is turned off now, right?
If it's from the
Oh,
item.
no.
We're not sure though.
No. I mean, paladins do get some innate radiant damage.
I think I kind of have to brace up again then.
Smite to it.
Yeah,
I think I
that's
kind
my
of just have to
thing,
brace
No,
up again.
once you get
I
a
don't
certain
think I
level,
can
you
not.
actually just get a default number of radiant damage. It's 13.
Is that cleric?
Nope, it's paladin.
Oh, okay.
Whew, Jesus. All right, 16.
Does that replace scores to
Yeah,
go up to
replace this
16?
to be a 16 instead of 11.
Okay. Then I'm going to attack 2
Jesus.
times, and then attack with Gore. And then
Alrighty.
this is -1 on the attacks, so 24 and 27.
24 and 27 both hit.
And 22.
Hits. Jesus
Okay.
Christ.
So subtract 1 from the damage on the 2 attacks
I'll
here.
just subtract
So that's
3
6
from the total.
damage. Okay, that's fine.
Oh no, sorry, Gore's not impacted, so it's just the first two. All right, so that's
Yep.
18 plus 7, which would be 25. 25 minus 2 is 23. Boom, done. 23, and then another 5 from Gore. He is bloodied.
Oh man, poor guy.
Very good.
Severus.
His lady didn't warn him of a psycho caster.
No, you're done. 18 misses.
Yeah. Yeah.
Gillian
Good
is
time.
going to do lay on hands and heal himself for 30 HP.
Wow.
So he's no longer bloodied.
Yeah, that means I get 4 attacks though.
Zednius.
Yeah, I'm gonna shoot twice.
Do not push him. If you...
No, I'm not pushing.
Yes.
Okay.
Hit.
Oh, face
15.
push him.
That's
You
so much
strike him.
damage.
One of
I'm
his
not
knees,
pushing.
like, so you don't push him, but the force of it just impacting him pushes one of his knees deep into the sand. So, like, up to basically his calf. He's, like, buried in the sand with his left leg. Lars?
Do 4 attacks. That's my last moxie point, but I can regain it.
Lady, protect him.
Oh,
no.
I'm assuming the 20 still misses.
Yeah, the 20 still misses. Jesus Christ.
Frozen, then Gore's attack.
Oh my
23
god.
hits.
23 hit. What the fuck, bro? You're a monster. Alright, Gore
So just
gets him in the
subtract
back.
2 to
You
the
punch
damage.
him across the face. His teeth are bloodied and broken, and yet his spirit remains. Severus.
Surely.
I wish I could make a
I'll actually do
quip,
something.
but-
That's
Nah,
fine.
you're not gonna hit. You miss. I knew.
I
I
hate you.
foresaw. I foresaw. He's going to double
He's
Warhammer.
bloodied again, right?
What?
He's bloodied again, right?
Yeah, he's Giga. Oh, sorry. Yeah. He's Giga bloody. He's like ultra.
Okay, I was gonna say he healed 30. I did
Yeah.
15, and then Dota just did
Warhammer
another
Crusader
like
against Dota.
25.
Both of those hit.
Both hit.
And it does half the bludgeoning.
Boost on
That's
damage.
5, 4, 9, plus 7, 16 damage.
Oh no, my temporary hit point.
Xenius.
I'd like to take this guy in, but I don't know if we can. He's too strong.
Yeah, I don't.
I guess we just kill him.
All of my shit is fucking AOE.
And before we kill him, and the way Jade Lady brings him back again.
I mean, there is a
It could
percentage
happen.
chance that I will roll that dice. Called the
Can we just
Wait,
dismember him as soon
what
as
are
we
the
kill him?
Column Rasa spells?
It'll
One
happen right
second.
after he dies, so we won't have time to dismember.
I don't know. Arms of Hadar is probably an AOE, right?
Yes.
Okay, I'm just gonna blast him.
Okay, that misses.
22,
That hits.
14.
Okay, that kills him. The Eldritch Blast flies down from your hand, strikes him in the edge of the head. It bores a hole through his head. The blood splatters across the sand, and now we roll a D100 on a 13 or lower.
Oh.
He's down.
Okay.
He
77
takes
too.
13th
one
level?
heaving- He takes one
Holy
heaving breath,
shit.
and the light fades from his eyes, and the beach goes quiet.
Jesus. I am gonna fly down and nab that shield. How much is it? Too heavy for me?
No, it's just a half weight of a normal shield because it's mithril.
Oh, very
Hadgar
nice.
will roll across the sand, plip plop, plip plop, plip plop, and he will say audibly, like Lars, you're like going over to check on Gore, you're like cracking your knuckles, and you hear Hadgar audibly say, "Devour."
Not yet. I'm gonna check the rest of his body and see what he had on him.
Yeah,
Yeah. So you
I'll
guys have the
magic
badge
check
of
him.
Judge Vesnius, which was in the sand beside there. You have his holy symbol. On this guy, he has a wooden holy symbol to the lady. He has a mithril shield. He had a Warhammer the Crusader, which is a unique magical item. He had plate armor, and he had.
I think we're just taking
that's
the
it.
weapon
Yeah,
and the
that's it.
shield then.
Plate armor is really expensive. I think we should take that too.
Plate
Are
armor. is
you the one
also
carrying
very
it?
heavy,
You
though.
carrying it? Are you carrying it?
No? We got
I'm gonna
horses.
Exactly. I didn't
With
fucking think so.
horses. Let's just have the horses carry that shit. What the fuck?
Our horses are, what, 100 feet at least away? 150?
Yeah, you have
500,
to-
I
You
think.
could do it. You could break up the armor into like gauntlets and greaves and all that stuff and bring them back to the horses.
I just-
And
How much
mithril
does
is
plate armor actually
plus
worth?
1, right?
Wait, okay, here's a real wild idea. Instead of breaking up the armor into pieces and bringing it to the horses, we bring the horses here.
That
How about that one, huh?
Yeah, let's
How much is plate armor actually worth? Like if we went to go buy some,
800,000 pence if I recall correctly. 800
which is 800 gold.
Yeah.
Okay. I guess
That's a lot of money.
we don't need this warhammer, right? Nobody uses
It's
that.
no.
It's a
but
magical
We're
item.
gonna want it. We don't. I don't think we want Head Gall to eat it just yet.
Why
until we
not?
Identify it at least. Identify it at least. You freak.
I can identify
Find
it.
out what it does first. It could be.
I'm identifying it.
All right, you approach and grab it with your hand. Can you
Ritual
action
cast.
identify? Do you have a?
What do you
pro?
ritual
I
cast?
can ritual cast identify.
Oh, okay. You sit down on the ground and begin to ritual cast. Gore, takes a few steps away and then lays down. Lars, you step back and begin to pet Gore. He did good. He's a good boy. And you can call the horses over. Hadgar will wait impatiently. And it
Yeah, I'll
is.
go get the
So I'm on
horses.
smash.
Is that how you expected that fight to go, Harkin?
No.
No, obviously not.
Yeah.
I
as
mean,
soon as he hit me once, I was literally just dead.
well,
I
it
was
was
like,
just
this is
the
it.
dispel magic plus the
Silence.
The
So you can
silence.
cast
I mean,
future.
it just-
1,
it just
2,
stays
fucking nuke spellcaster.
All right, Warhammer or the Crusader. When you are not attuned to this, it is a normal.
Lawful
stone
good. All right,
Warhammer,
skip.
and it can
That's
only
all I
be
need to
attuned to
do.
it by lawful good characters. And if you are attuned to it, you gain plus 1d8 radiant damage. You get plus 1
I don't think even
damage.
Maximus
and
is
you get a
lawful good.
1-hour version of an
Might
archery
be.
spell.
Is Maximus lawful good?
Nope.
'Cause I know none of us are.
Maximus is not lawful good. He is lawful neutral. None of you guys worship a good
Okay.
god.
Okay, then can I
And
nom?
you can eat it. I don't care.
Yes.
All right,
Wait, no,
Hadgar
this is expensive,
swarms
sell it.
over the Warhammer and devours it.
I've nommed it. Sorry,
I
it's
hate
too
you.
late.
Hadgar devours the Warhammer, and once again, you get flashbacks, Severus, as the metal melts and is consumed by Hadgar, and there's a loud burp
You
as he alights on
selfish
the
kid.
chest of the paladin.
Do you have any idea how expensive a magic item is?
And yes, the maximum HP of Hadgar increases by
Oh shit.
8.
1.
Holy.
Yeah, that was
quite
the
good.
amount of. That was because it was worth 8,000 gold.
You just ate the weapon, right? You didn't eat the person.
You know, I
you just
like
ate the
own
weapon,
a
not the shield
mansion
or the
and
armor.
command.
Okay.
Like,
I'm gonna start logging the person onto the
Like-
horse.
Okay.
To take him back.
Could have given it to
I
like
already
a treat
adjusted
of
max
Aurelian
HP,
Soul for the war effort.
Oh, okay.
Okay. Yeah. What do we want to do with the shield?
I'll have. I'm taking it because I can use it.
Okay.
awesome.
Sounds good.
Do
All
you
right.
use a shield? You have a bow. That takes both hands, right?
I use a parrying dagger as a shield, flavor
Okay.
wise, but I mean I don't fight melee that often because I'm squishy.
Well, this guy was guarding a village, and in the distance you can see the outline, like the distance.
Yeah, we need to retrieve our. We need to retrieve our
Yeah.
guy's body. So let's go in.
Yeah, you
He
guys.
said it's been
I think
taken
it's
care
their
of.
champion.
Wait, we
They
don't-
can't.
Did he say where the body was?
No.
No, but
So
I'm
it's been
sure
taken care
that
of.
we just killed their champion. I mean, they.
Yeah. Let's go parade him around town.
Yeah, you guys move towards this fishing village of 6 huts, and you know a thought occurs to you. That is probably the strongest paladin you've faced in your entire life. And this fishing village has 6 fucking buildings. There's no way this guy was from this village. It's just not possible. Like the chances of that.
I don't know, man. The fact that the 2 dead
That's-
people and this is
I
the
don't know,
people
I've
our
heard
judge
the overload
killed.
of this world is kind of wacky.
Maybe.
I'm trying to think of how
Everything
Xenius
else
heals.
lined up, though. That's the issue. The 2 people dead. The judge saying that we got information that our judge killed them.
Sure,
and he said
it's
he
not
killed the
that
judge after killing
his
his
story
people.
can still be true. It's just unlikely that he was native to this village just because of how small this village is. I mean, there's like one spellcaster in every
He's just
10,000.
a wandering jade lady.
Could be.
Well, it's possible.
That seems
I mean, they said the lady foretold that we were coming here, so he might
So
have.
I guess he was sent to
might have
protect this
seen.
area.
Yeah, he might have seen that the judge was going to come destroy the
Why
city.
didn't he save his homies then? Why are they dead right now?
Approaching
Sounds
the
like he's
village,
not very good.
you guys find that the village
paladin.
is empty.
Yeah.
The townsfolk must have known, the battle was happening, and they took that chance to flee. Or they were just, they fled a long time ago. But the point is, the village is empty. You don't
I'm
see
gonna
like, the judge
send
strung
Gore
up in the
to-
town square or anything.
I'm gonna let Gore sniff the badge and then look. try
Yeah,
to find
he
where
instantly.
find the
This
body.
is super easy for him. He just beelines it towards the fishing village on the sand, and then brings you towards a small little wooded patch out behind the village, within the woods that overlook the shore. And he brings you to a small little grave plot. There's 3 or 4 graves here, all with little wooden spears to mark the graves of the different people who have died. It's a,
Was his
traditional
mark
burial practice
at all?
for the Jade Lady.
Oh, just by the spear. That's all it has on his grave.
Yeah. There's no, this grave is identical to the other ones. You wouldn't be able to distinguish it if it weren't for Gore.
Well, I just don't know if they want us to give proof of a body. Should we
We
dig
should.
him up or leave him here?
We should dig him up.
All right.
This
should make sure
If there's a
Yes.
shovel or
Yeah.
something nearby that I can go get from a nearby
these
house.
traditions, we shouldn't. It doesn't matter.
Okay. If there's a nearby shovel or something, either nearby the graves or if I can go look
Yeah,
for
you can
it
head into the
in
town
house.
and look through the abandoned homes and easily find a shovel. That was not their biggest priority when they were fleeing.
Yeah, I'll start digging the body then.
Yeah.
And there's 3, so we need to identify with
Check
what
the other
he's
ones
bald.
as well.
He's bald with a beard.
We'll dig up all the graves and make sure if the first one doesn't come up.
Yeah, you
Like
dig up
first
the first grave plot that Gore went to, and his nose is a reliable one because, sure enough, you produce the putrefied body of the dead judge. He's still in his scale armor. He still has his mace in hand. He still has, his beard with all the shit. They didn't, pilfer his body. And
Yeah.
he's bald, has a beard, and he's rotting.
Well, we don't have any other
Really
information on
valuable.
anyone else.
We
being
should go
sent out here, so
You go
I'm
back
not gonna
into
dig out the other ones.
I'm gonna get a blanket from the city to wrap him up in, and then attach to one of our horses.
Okay. So you put the putrefying body of the judge on the back of one horse. You put the dead
Wrapped up,
champion-
so it's not just like a corpse.
Yeah, you put the dead champion of the lady on the other horse, and begin to ride back.
And then the plate armor on the third horse.
Yeah.
And you ride back towards Red Dinium. We are a bit over our time, just a little bit, like 20 minutes over. So we probably are going to wrap it up there. But it's going to be a long time before our next session. I think it's next year, in about 3 weeks, I think.
Yeah, because I know almost everyone's busy next weekend for Christmas.
And
Yeah.
I'm pretty sure the 30th is a no-go because I think someone's doing something. So, with all that said,
Is the 30th no go?
I
The
think
30th
it's-
is maybe.
Okay.
Normie's here, so
apparently,
we might
well then.
have stuff.
Yeah,
I
then
have stuff
30th
on the
is maybe.
30th.
6th is a definitely.
Wait, actually, actually,
30th
you
is
actually
definitely for me. I'm doing my final session for my Cusp Strike campaign.
Well, perfect. Then 6th is our next session. So we will be back on the 6th, diving into this whole new arc, the Whispers of the Tyrant. Surely I didn't accidentally spoil like part of what's happening just in the nickname. I'm now partially
Raven Tyrant.
Yeah,
he's
you know.
back.
Surely he's not real, guys. He can't hurt us if he's not. If we don't think he's real.
Well,
Well, remember, Dota, we have a poem from him in the other campaign.
True.
Do we? I honestly
Yes, you
don't
do.
remember that.
Yes,
We got
you
it
do.
from the collector that we robbed.
Holy shit! Connecting the fucking dots.
Oh, the one that we got my elder blood from?
Hey, you know, if I don't make schizo dots for people to connect, then how can they be schizo? You just got to think think about
God,
it.
he's just gonna love this episode.
Oh,
There's
yeah.
so much lore in this.
All right, then I guess that's
I'm
all we got
sad
for
she
this
wasn't
time.
here for it.
Yeah, true.
Yeah,
Yeah,
don't
we'll be
forget
back
to
next time with
upload this
everyone. All of the little, you know, glowing portraits and people speak will be working. I'll probably edit other parts of the overlay, but I'm very happy with how it turned out. I'll see you guys in a while. Bye-bye.